Hello and welcome to YouTube Money Secrets. I'm so excited for this really intensive training. And let me know where you're watching from. Sean Cannell here, author of YouTube Secrets, second edition, as well as the up-and-coming book, YouTube Money Secrets. And I'm so excited because in this video training series, you also are getting access to the pre-released edition of YouTube Money Secrets, an up-and-coming book, and really get to be a part of kind of something really special today. And I'm so grateful you're here, and thanks for investing in this training in this kind of one-day intensive. But shout me out where you're watching from. I'm coming to you from the Pacific Northwest, same area as the golf coach here in Portland, Oregon. Great to see you. I'm up around Everett, Washington. We got Norfolk, VA, another Portland representing. Come on, West Coast. We got Louisiana in the house. We got Hustlin' Faith. Good to see you. Tucson. Glad to see you. We got Arizona. Okay, man, we got a lot of people meeting up. We have some Arizona meetups here, some Pacific Northwest meetups happening. That could happen. We got Orange County. We got Spain in the house. Dr. Katia, good to see you. And listen, I'm so excited to dive in just a second to give you kind of a vision of what's coming up. I'm going to kick it to Brian on our team to give you some logistics and how you can get the most out of this program. But here's what's coming up. We've got 6 sessions that we're going through today. And, shut out distractions, grab something to take notes with, all around the big idea of how do you make big money if you've got a smaller new channel, and how do you actually make disproportionately bigger money than your subscriber count or your view count. Even if you're a little further along on your YouTube journey, you're going to have massive insights out of this training to earn more and impact more people. But also with some of the changes on YouTube, you're going to get a lot of insights that will prove that it's possible with only a few views to earn hundreds and even thousands of dollars. And we're going to be going through so many different tactical tips for that. This training is going to be easy to understand and follow no matter what your learning level is. But I do want to encourage you to lock in, because we're going to hit some kind of introductory beginner stuff, but it's also going to be very advanced. And so learning some new concepts, embracing some new skills, take a deep breath and prepare yourself for the journey. And then what you're getting when it comes to YouTube Money Secrets is right now, you're actually probably getting, in my opinion, kind of the coolest version of the book. We're going to be sending you the link to the active about 50 pages Google Doc, and you're going to have view mode of that. This is super early access. You're the only ones getting this right now. And, when you write a book, eventually once it hits bookstores, it's like 180 pages. And it's filled with, of course, cool stuff like stories and more examples, but it's also filled with a lot of fluff typically. What they used to do is there used to be like Benjamin Franklin, early America, would have these booklets that would like help understand things and help spread messages, like smaller books. And I've learned that 50 pages is usually the meat of most of these personal development, self-development business books, right? But then you got to fluff it up with all the case studies. So you're going to be shocked by how tactical, how much information, how dense this is. And I want to challenge you. I'm not sure when the team's sending it out, but you're getting access to this. I want to challenge you not to be distracted by the book today, so you can lock into the video training series. But I can't wait. I want you to read the whole thing. And here's what I would ask. This is what I think maybe setting goals for today and what winning looks like. Number 1, lean in, shut out distractions, take notes, and get ready to learn, because I believe if you learn and apply this information, it can change your life. 2, I want you to be thinking about any kind of feedback or specific questions, because besides the main sessions, the fact you're here live means that Brian, as well as the Think Media team, is going to be starring some of your questions, clarity points. And at certain points throughout the day, we'll have a couple breaks, 2 total breaks. We'll have some time to answer some of your clarity questions. Now, if we don't answer them, chances are they're coming up in a further session. But maybe after session 1, 2, or 3, Brian's going to be curating some questions for clarity. So I want you leaning in, asking clarity questions. And then my final ask for you is that if, and I haven't delivered yet, but if today, after attending this training, you're like, man, I got more than I paid for. Man, after attending this training, you said, that was incredible. By the way, if you didn't feel that way, we want your feedback. But if you did feel that way, we want your feedback. My request to you would be, let us know what you think, what you learned, what you feel like the value was, and mark your calendar now. Because right after today's training, it's going to be a few hours long, is going to be an after party on Zoom where you have the option to jump on camera, share your aha moments, connect with some other creators and entrepreneurs, and kind of share some of your insights and process some things together. So after the 6 sessions, there is an after party on Zoom. Now it's 10 a.m. on the West Coast right now, Pacific Standard Time. If that after party happens at 1 or 1:30 or 2 a.m., about 3.5, 4 hours from now, that's what I think you could bank on. We'll see. Maybe sooner. Famous last words. Welcome to a training at Think Media. So anyways, with that, I want to welcome Brian on camera. Brian is our Director of Customer Success at Think Media, a legendary entrepreneur and intrapreneur in his own right, has really been helping build out Think Media and our coaching programs, our group coaching, our one-on-one coaching programs. And so, Brian, let us know what we have, a few other announcements or anything we need to know. I'll get ready for session number 1, and then I'll be back in just a second.
Perfect. And I love it. Famous last words for sure when it comes to, okay, what time are we going to do what, when? But hey, everybody, so excited that you're here. I got some exciting things for us. Before we get into that, I just want to do a couple of quick shout outs. My man, look at here. Got the dry erase marker and window ready for notes. With the follow up, I remember this from the challenge. This is legendary right here. Dry erase marker and bulldozer window are ready. My goodness, like that's it's insane. Here's the takeaway. Doesn't matter where you're at, doesn't matter what you're doing. You can take notes, you can take a little bit of time, you can save it for later. You don't, no excuses. That's end of day, biggest takeaway here. Love this from Corby's community. No excuses. Wherever you're at, let's make a conscious decision to take notes, to think about what's being talked about, and think about those things that you wrote down. I'd even schedule some time, even tomorrow or even after the sessions today, to actually go through your notes and how can you practically implement those today. A couple other quick shout outs. We got some accelerator students in here. Ryan Miller. We got Kayla in here as well, accelerator student. And then Dr. Katya, one of our elite students. Really excited to see you guys all here. I'm sure there's others that I kind of missed your guys' comments, but I'm so about today for a lot of different reasons. Sean already touched on this. Everybody here, you're getting the pre-publication release of the book, YouTube Money Secrets, that Sean's been talking about. And so we actually do have it in the chat for you. You can grab that link. But like Sean said, don't let that distract you from what's going to be happening, because we got some live, we got some questions that you could be asking as well. And just a little bit of insight about what's going to happen today. We've got, like Sean said, 6 total sessions that we're going to be going through, but we got some planned breaks as well. And so I'd ask, hey, if you're on session 4 and you're like, I kind of need a little bit of break, stick with me, because right after session 4, we're going to jump into a quick 10-minute or so break, so we can do a little recoup, make sure that we're all stretched out and ready to go before we tackle those last 2 sessions as well. And so we do have some planned breaks. Mark a calendar, mark your time, which I don't have the time for you yet, but right after session 4, then you'll know exactly what we're going to be doing. Right after that is going to be taking a quick break as well. And so that one of the things I'm most excited about today is there's so many of us in the chat right now. We're coming from different walks of life. We're coming from different experiences on YouTube. Some of you are just like, could YouTube work out for me? I'm not totally sure. And you're curious about the possibility of YouTube. I really feel like you're going to get clarity on what truly is possible when you use YouTube and use it right. And then there's also so many of us where, hey, you've been on YouTube for a while. You're just ready to take that next step to start implementing some income generating ideas. And this is going to be so great for you as well. And I've been looking at the names of people who signed up, and whether they're accelerator students or other people in the community. And I'm like, oh man, this is somebody who's full-time on YouTube, ready to take it to the next level. And this is going to be perfect for you. And so wherever you're at, just know that today, it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one if you take notes and do these 2 things that I ask for you. The first thing I'd love for you to do, implement this stuff, like actually take action on what we're talking about today. That's one request that I have for you. And then the second one is, I just want to hear your story. I want to hear what happens because of this, because we know that, when you take notes, when you implement this stuff, life change can happen. Like you can reach some different goals that you might have on YouTube. You can take next steps. We want to hear your story, and so that we can also share it with others as well. And so those are like some of the main things that I'd love for you to take away. Implement the stuff and share your story with us as well. And then at the end of the sessions today, after session 6, we will have a Zoom after party where we would love to hear your ahas and hear from you and kind of ask you questions, see how things are going as well. So with that said, you guys got your notes, you got your water, you stretched a little bit, ready for session 1? I know I am. And so why don't we get Sean up here and let's jump into session 1 of this event.
Awesome. Thank you, Brian. All right, everyone, let's lock and load. And welcome to session number 1 of YouTube Money Secrets, how small channels are making big money on YouTube right now. We're going to be talking about the YouTube profit formula and how small channels can create high earning videos. If we are just meeting, over the last few years, I have started multiple different channels. I have 3 silver play buttons, a gold play button. I started YouTube back in 2007 for my local church, just making videos kind of about missions trips and like a behind the scenes vlog for the pastor. I've started a lot of channels over the years. Some have failed and they have been my biggest lessons and learning, and some have succeeded. And I've had the opportunity to actually earn pretty big money when I was starting brand new small channels. I'm going to be sharing those stories with you today. And so no matter where you are at your journey and on your journey, if you already have some momentum, I believe this will create more momentum financially for you. But even if you're not monetized yet and under 1,000 subscribers, I think there's going to be some powerful insights. And this is coming out of experience in various niches and from various YouTube channels. Wrote a book called YouTube Secrets, second edition. And now that's, I think, become the #1 best-selling YouTube strategy book in the world. And excited because a follow-up to that is the new book, YouTube Money Secrets, which you also have access to as a part of this training. Now, in this session, you're going to learn how to earn big profits from a small channel, the 4 must-haves of high-earning videos, and the #1 mistake that kills channel income. And inside of the book, you're going to find more nuanced training. You're going to find a lot of additional content, and it's all going to tie together and support what we're learning today. But what we've created is ultimately one formula. And this entire training is built on one formula, one framework that can, in one sense, go infinitely deep when we think about the different pieces that can affect and essentially answer these questions. How do I create videos that earn disproportionately more income than the views or subscribers that I have? And we call that the YouTube profit formula. And here's what it is. It's revenue potential plus channel alignment plus strategic execution multiplied by traffic multipliers equals a high earning YouTube video. And throughout this training, we're going to be unpacking this formula. And our goal is that you apply, even at a basic level, to the best of your ability, wherever you are in your journey, this training to get your next high earning video. And what that could be is, without your channel monetized, you put out a video that earns $36 because of some strategic lessons we're going to be learning today. Or you put out a video when typically you maybe make a few hundred or a few $1,000s a month from ad revenue or some other income source, and you put out videos that earn $5, $10, $20, $25,000 for just one video. And that might sound crazy, but there's so many case studies that will reveal that that's possible. And it's all using this one formula. And so let's break down the pieces in session #1 so we can understand what we are talking about here. So the first is revenue potential. The key is, before you ever press record and before you ever record a video and put a video out on YouTube with no strategy, hope is not a strategy. I'm not just lobbing it out there. I hope this does well. We're actually really architecting the video before we press record. And so the first thing is, what's the revenue potential of this video? Our goal is to study the earning opportunities. So are we targeting YouTube ads on this video, sponsorships, product sales, affiliate marketing? The question would be, what is the earning potential of this type of content? And is there a significant market demand for this topic? See, if the answer is no, then using the equation stops us before we even start. And that's a good thing. So if we go, okay, I'm about to post a video. Is this video strategically aligned with a really good revenue earning opportunity? If the answer is no, then it's probably not going to be a high earning video. And I think it goes without saying, I mean, the title of this very training is the YouTube Money Secrets Training. And so we are fixated in this context of making high earning, money making videos. I think a kind of disclaimer is that it doesn't mean every video on your channel is like a cash grab. In fact, even what we're teaching is there's no need to do a cash grab. We're just being strategic because we need money for the mission. Some videos on your channel might be community builders. Some videos on your channel might be more about getting views or reaching subscribers or practicing. But the key is, this is the YouTube profit formula. So if you break any piece of the formula, don't be surprised if you don't make any profit. So the first question is, okay, what's the revenue potential of this video? Like, is this style of content have a chance to earn a good amount of money? And is there market demand for this topic? That could be keyword research or doing some research as, okay, how much interest right now? Is this trending? Do people want this kind of content? So that's number one, that's the revenue potential. Number two is channel alignment. Stay true to your niche and create content that resonates with your audience and leverages your expertise. So the question is, does this align with my channel's core focus? Will my audience find value in this? And am I genuinely enthusiastic about creating this? So now we're asking, it's like, okay, we're not just, again, putting out a video just because it has the potential to generate profit. We're then saying, okay, out of the revenue opportunities out there, will this actually add value to my audience? Is this aligned with my channel niche, my channel topic? And then am I genuinely enthusiastic about this? You know, halfway through the recording today, I'm going to drink a Magic Mind, not a sponsorship or affiliate link, but I probably should have one. And it's one of my favorite kind of nootropic brain drinks. And, you know, it's got actually light caffeine in it, 55 milligrams, not too much, kind of like a cup of tea or something, right? Or half a cup of coffee. But it's got all these other great ingredients that kind of calm my mood, help me de-stress, help me focus when doing a training like this. As you can see, this is not me out here being a marketer. This is me actually loving this product. Now, I don't really have a health-based channel, although I'm actually reaching out to Magic Mind to see if maybe we could do a brand deal. And even if we can't, they have a great affiliate program from their website that'll give me 10%. I like keep putting the product out. They need to actually sponsor me just for this. So that'll give me 10% for this product. I am genuinely enthusiastic about this product. Now, I talk about YouTube though, so it might be kind of a weird pivot, except maybe I'll do a productivity episode on my podcast. See how we're processing. It's like, okay, what's the core focus? Honestly, it'd be a lot better for me to make a video about a light kit. You know, if you're new to Think Media, the main channel talks about cameras, lighting, tripods, all that kind of stuff. Well, that's going to be better aligned, right? So sometimes we can chase squirrels a little bit. We're like, look at that lucrative opportunity over there. Or look at that. Even me right now, I'm like, man, I got to make a video later today on Magic Mind. It's like, okay, relax. Does this align with my channel's core focus? Will my audience ultimately find value in this? And am I genuinely enthusiastic about creating this? The point is like, okay, revenue opportunity, piece one of the equation. Ooh, we lock that in. And throughout the next 5 trainings, we're going to talk about how to do that. 2, is this aligned with my channel's focus? Is there channel alignment? Oh, there is. And this will be valuable to the audience. This isn't just, it's not like about selling something. It's about serving. Like some people in the audience will love this. This will solve a problem. This will be helpful. They'd be interested in this. They'd want to learn about this. And there's no weird high pressure in anything too. It's like, you looking for more mental clarity and boost your mood? Cool. You're not interested? Cool. Super chill. But when you discover maybe a new product you love, or you discover something that really you enjoy or solved your problem or way of doing thing, a product or a service or your own service, you're genuinely enthusiastic about it lining up with your channel. And so that's part 2 of the equation. The next is strategic execution. So now you want to plan your video carefully and optimize every aspect of your video to create progress of the video creation process for maximum impact. So the question is, what format will best serve this topic? How can I make this content compelling? And what successful products? You know what? I appreciate you being here for the live training that we're doing. Might as well fix this slide right now. And because why not, you know, and then we can edit later. Okay. Every aspect of the video creation process for maximum impact. What successful approaches? Okay. Welcome to authenticity is the new currency. All right, here we go. I think this is right. So next up is strategic execution. Now our goal is to plan our video carefully and optimize every aspect of the video creation process for maximum impact. So the questions are, what format will best serve this topic? How can I make this content compelling, and what successful approaches are others using in the space? So if I'm now thinking through, I'm like, okay, cool. I've got a health-based channel. I've got a channel about productivity. I've got a channel that would align with a product like Magic Mind. Great. I'm passionate about it. It aligns with my channel. The revenue potential is there too, 10% affiliate commission. Awesome. That's better than like Amazon if I go directly to their website. Okay, cool. I've verified the revenue opportunity. Number 3, okay, what video? Like, should I do a talking head video? Should I just shout this out because I do a video podcast? Maybe I'm having a guest on talking about their productivity hacks on my podcast. And so then, oh, this is an alignment. I don't even need to be sponsored by them, right? I just sign up for the affiliate program. This is aligned. Okay, cool. How could I make this more compelling? And then are there other successful approaches others are using in the space? Should I do a product review? Should I do a tutorial? Should I tie it into a New Year's video about how to get more done? And I've got 10 tips, and only one of the tips is about the product. Like, what are some lessons I can learn? And then planning all of that out before you press record. It's the strategic execution phase. But then these first 3 things get multiplied by our traffic multipliers. So here's our goal now, is to maximize views through evergreen search topics or trending opportunities. Either create content people consistently search for or capitalize on current trends for rapid growth. So then it's like, can I rank for a valuable search term? So we do some keyword research. We're looking around, and we'll get into tips on this. And there's tips in the book about looking for, okay, how could this video be positioned? Is there a particular search people are looking for that I could rank for? And what that means is the video could keep getting views. And even if they're slow at the start, I got a brand new channel. But if the video keeps getting views and it's connected to a way of earning money like affiliate marketing, then I can keep making money for weeks, months, and even years to come. Or is there a trending opportunity I can leverage? Maybe the product itself is trending. Maybe there's something seasonally that's happening. Maybe it is a time where people are trying to get their goal-getter grind on and they're ready to jump in. Being strategic and realize that these first 3 of the equation is 3 things added together multiplied by traffic multipliers. If you master this is where the exponential growth in views can come from, therefore multiplying your income with the goal of ultimately creating a high earning video, which is a strategic piece of content that generates exponentially more revenue than its views or subscriber numbers would suggest. So that is the YouTube profit formula. Revenue potential plus channel alignment plus strategic execution multiplied by traffic multipliers equals a high earning YouTube video. And as we land the plane on this session, I think about this quote from Warren Buffett, probably one of the most famous investors that's ever lived, certainly living investors, I believe a billionaire, and an expert in investing in business opportunities, right? Investing in businesses, predicting if a business will not just be successful today, but it will be successful tomorrow. Validating opportunities. Well, I don't want to invest in that company. It's a little risky. That might not be a good idea. Oh, I look at that company. That's a great idea. I'm going to put my money in the stock market. I'm going to buy that company's stock. And he said this. He said, what boat you choose is more important than how hard you row. What boat you choose is more important than how hard you row. You know, the first part of the equation is the revenue potential. Like the idea itself, the money-making opportunity itself. Where most creators get stuck is they, in a way, fail before they even start because they choose the wrong boat. And then they're wondering, I'm rowing so hard. I'm exhausted. I'm shooting videos. I'm editing videos. This also could be accepting maybe that the niche you chose, the channel topic you chose, is just going to be an uphill battle and it's going to be exhausting. And you have to make the decision today as you watch this session. Am I even in the right boat? Because the boat you choose is more important than how hard you row. And some of the biggest mistakes I see creators make is the wrong boat. That means you've chosen a vessel, maybe your channel, maybe your niche, that's not built for the financial journey you desire. Maybe because your channel's topic doesn't have a high earning potential. Maybe it has an extremely narrow audience. Maybe there's low advertiser interest. See, the thing is, because YouTube is this opportunity to turn our passion into profit and talk about whatever we want, and because there's examples that people have achieved some random channel about a random topic and they're doing pretty well, you can go down that path. But the key is this: the boat you choose is more important than how hard you row. And there's a lot of creators working really hard, but financially struggling. Question is, are you in the right boat? Are you in the right, do you have the right channel topic, the right niche? Is the audience wide enough, or is advertiser interest? A little later, we're going to be talking about how to increase how much you earn from ads, how to get monetized, get your first 1,000 subscribers, get 4,000 hours of watch time faster, and how no matter what niche you are in to earn more per view. However, back to the boat. If you're like, man, I just wish, I've heard other channels are getting $10 per 1,000 views and I get $1 per 1,000 views. Well, you're the one who chose the boat. So one of the mistakes people make is the wrong boat. And then even if you're in the right boat, you might have a faulty monetization strategy. You're trying to make money in a way that doesn't work well. Like you're relying on your niche, when maybe if you figured out sponsorships or user-generated content, that'd be better. Or maybe you're not identifying 10%, 20%, 30% affiliate programs that could at least be a foundation. Not the only thing you do on your channel, but you start doing some strategic videos following the YouTube profit formula, and you start building a baseline of $1,000 to $5,000 of income passively coming in every month. So you're on solid ground financially to be as creative as you want. It's a boat decision. Are you in the wrong boat? Essentially, if you pick the wrong boat, you're set up for a slow and unprofitable voyage from the start. Now, the second mistake people make is they don't have a map. They try to chart. They have no, what course are you going on? I don't know. Do you have a compass? I didn't know I needed one. How do you know if you're going north? Not really sure. Can you read the stars? Don't have that skill. Wait, you don't have no map and no compass? Successful sailing requires a well-planned route. So creators need a content strategy that outlines their goals, their target audience. You want your key performance indicators, your KPIs, so you can chart your efforts and have clarity going forward. And then also bad rowing technique. And this is that strategic video execution. Listen, I want to encourage you, if you're just starting and like nervous to get on camera, or you feel like you don't have a high level of skill yet, welcome to the party. We all start with low skill. Our first videos are our worst videos. But if you're going to be rowing even in the right, you still got to actually have like a good technique. It's like you got to like level up your ability to create videos that hold people's attention. And so we always say get 1% better with every upload. But of course, rowing is important. And let me just affirm how much grit and resilience and how much fatigue comes with starting a YouTube channel. If you're even watching this training, you've been posting some videos, you're like, bro, but you know, this thing is hard. I'm trying to juggle life, family, kids, school. Stuff is brutal, man. It's like, and views are just trickling in. I feel like I'm doing the right things. There's no doubt about it that there is a physical and mental and emotional exertion to launching any kind of side hustle, any kind of YouTube channel, any kind of online business. And your technique matters. There's something about improving your skills of the fundamentals of content and video creation. But when we think about the equation, why are you even rowing? Traffic multipliers, the exponential factor, are like actually realizing, why the heck am I in a rowboat though? It'd be much better to have sails up and catch the wind. So rowing is important because sometimes there is no wind. You're like, we're at sea, we better start rowing. But if the wind comes, you're like, okay, now there's some external forces. Are my sails positioned to catch the wind? So traffic multipliers, the exponential factor, catching a trend, learning how to rank videos, are like realizing you have sails, and experienced sailors use wind and weather to their advantage, reaching their destination much faster than rowing alone. So when you're starting YouTube, I get it. You might feel like it's a grind. You're rolling, you're rowing. It's fatigue. Your arms hurt. You're like, my arms hurt, like my back hurts. I've been sitting on my computer, editing videos. I get it. But what you'll learn in the YouTube Money Secrets book and in this video training series is mastering catching the wind. Because if you position yourself properly by using the YouTube profit formula, you pick the right money strategy, you align it with your channel, you have a strategic execution for how you create the video, but then you catch the wind and you're like, there goes the video. I didn't just pick the right boat. I lifted my sails and didn't rely on my strength only, but I went with the current. I went with the wind. And, as the tides rise, experienced sailors know how to use the tides to their advantage. Content creators do the same by capitalizing on platform algorithms, seasonal trends, current events to boost their visibility. You get the right revenue opportunity multiplied by a seasonal trend or the right timing of a video, and then boom, you're like, previously, most I've ever made was like $13 in affiliate marketing. Now you're at 130 or 1,300 because you catch the wind. And also not ignoring the weather, not adapting. The mistake some make is not adapting to changes in their niche, their platform, their audience, or trends. So if we think about this idea as choosing the right boat is more important than how hard you row, Warren Buffett's quote, it also might mean that in this YouTube environment, you might need to reinvent yourself a little bit. You might need to change boats. You might need to consider how the landscape has changed. If there is no wind in your niche, you just need to accept the fact you got to row hard. But what if you look at the weather patterns? What if you analyze the environment around you and reposition yourself so it's not just based on strenuous effort, but it's based on the environment around you? And listen, while many sailors get frustrated and fatigued by the perilous seas of YouTube, a high earning video is like discovering buried treasure. A lot of people in the creator economy, right, are out there looking for buried treasure, but the YouTube profit formula is our path to unlocking high earning videos that earn disproportionately more than the views and the subscribers that we get. So that was session number 1. And I'm so excited to connect with you in session number 2 of YouTube Money Secrets, where we're going to take this deeper. And so I will see you in the next session. All right, Brian, what do you think?
Goodness. Well, the thing I think is, can we get some sailboats in the chat? And let's get some sailboat emojis in the chat here, because yes, that's exactly it. I had this one comment that I wanted to bring up here really quick, and then we'll get right into session 2. We have Natural Living with Zinana. Sorry, I'm horrible. But hey, she said, hi, everyone. So excited about today. I'm coming back to YouTube after a 3-year break. During my time off, I continued to gain 264,000 views over 3 years of not posting and 3,500 subscribers. And she was talking about it later, how every 3 months or so, she just gets a check in the mail of $100. She hasn't posted in 3 years. Like, how crazy is that? And I think that's a lot about what Sean's talking about, right? The sale and having the wind in your sails. And if you can multiply that with rowing, there's some incredible things that could happen. That said, I'd love for us to get right into session 2 here, Sean. So right back to you.
All right. If you're ready, type 1 in the chat. If you're ready, type 1 in the chat. And thanks so much for being here, y'all. We're diving into session number 2. All right, welcome to session number 2 of YouTube Money Secrets. In this session, we're talking about small channel, big money strategies. Turn any size audience into thousands in revenue, no viral videos required. And in this session, we're going to talk actually about 3 types of affiliate marketing for earning big money with a small channel. We're going to talk about the commission crusher. We're going to talk about the trend surfer, and we're going to talk about the power partner. Now, we're going to continue to build off of our YouTube profit formula, which is revenue potential plus channel alignment plus strategic execution multiplied by traffic multipliers. And that is how we create high earning videos. And in this case, the best, and let me say foundationally, way to start earning money on YouTube, in my opinion, with a channel that's brand new, is affiliate marketing. Now, so we're all on the same page. What is affiliate marketing? Well, it's essentially getting paid to promote other people's products or services. Here's how it works. You find a product that you like, could be anything from a physical product to a digital course. You sign up for their affiliate program and they give you a unique link to share. You promote the product, which means you share your link on your website, social media, or anywhere else. In this case, our YouTube channel. And when someone clicks your link and makes a purchase, you earn a commission. I want to talk about 3 ways that you could apply this with any size channel. And the first one is the power partner strategy. The goal here is to promote other people's premium products and earn big commissions through strategic partnerships. So the power partner strategy is a form of affiliate marketing that most creators actually don't understand. They maybe don't know who to partner with, and they don't actually realize the potential. A lot of times we're out, if we do affiliate marketing, we might promote something on Amazon that costs $10 and we make 4%. So we make 40 cents. And that's like, Sean, where's the big money with my small channel if I'm making 40 cents? Well, the way to fix that is to tap into the power partner strategy. So let me share the story of one video that generated exponentially more revenue than its view count or subscriber numbers would suggest. Let me take you back to September 14th, 2010. So this is me standing in front of our house in Marysville, Washington, about to get picked up to go on a video shoot with a friend of mine, Jeff Moores. And we started a channel together called Think International. And what's kind of crazy is this was during the hardest season of my wife and I's life. We were actually losing this house because The Big Short, there's the financial crisis. She was going through some health challenges. And we were trying to find ways to earn extra money. I was waiting tables. I had a video production business, and we were also doing a YouTube channel. And I started out with my friend Jeff. It was called Think International. And the big idea was kind of a church leadership channel. We would interview other church leaders. We would go to some Christian conferences and do different interviews. This was a gear shot of some of the gear I brought up to Canada to a conference called History Makers. I want to say too, we went up and we were a part of this conference. Maybe the connection there was they let us have a booth for free, but on our own dime. We paid for our own gas. We didn't get paid. And the opportunity of being there was they're like, hey, if you come, we'll let you like interview some of our speakers and like get access. We were hustling. Like the opportunity was, the win-win was we can get access to your speakers and the event, and we'll do some event coverage. And that'll give us content we can create. And they're like, that's cool. And we'll give you access. But we dug deep in our pockets and bought gas and borrowed Jeff's mom's car and drove up to Canada, I think. Loved the flag there, and you could see the whole deal. And we were able to set up a little booth. This actually wasn't even like really a good idea for us. Like the booth was not the point. It was more about making the content, but we got to meet some people, and we were kind of trying to we got some people to sign up for our email list or whatever. So many lessons from this season. But here's the thing, as we're building this channel and in a relatively smaller niche, the church leadership, especially Christian content could be a huge niche. Church leadership content is a much smaller niche. But that's okay, because if you have the power partner strategy and you find the right opportunity, there can be ways to earn money disproportionately to your channel size. And so we're putting out this great content. Remember, you're putting out all kinds of content that adds value. We're also a very mission-driven YouTube channel. We want to do something we believe in, grow the local church, help people. We believe if churches are strengthened, then families and marriages are strengthened, all this stuff. So we're putting out all kinds of content that's just valuable and not really earning very much money. But as I learned about the power partner strategy, there was one video that I posted called How to Preach Effectively, Free Online Preaching Conference. Now, the video got 3.3 thousand views. Fast forward to today, just to clarify what you see on screen, the channel, Jeff has taken the channel over. We renamed it. He renamed it to Jeff Moores. And it does have like 19,000 subscribers today, but it did not back when we posted this video. Still a small channel, a relatively newer channel, not big views at the time. But this one strategic video was connected to a really cool, essentially, product and service that I discovered. So what I discovered was an event, a free preaching conference called Preach Better Sermons. And this was a virtual event that was put on by the Rocket Company. And the Rocket Company had created a couple products that were very specialized. One was called Preaching Rocket, which was, the goal was to help local pastors who preach for a living and who speak every weekend to deliver memorable and engaging sermons week after week. They had another program called Giving Rocket. Local churches survive off of the donations of people that attend. So being able to articulate the vision and be able to share that was another coaching opportunity that the Rocket Company had created. Now, Jeff and I, who started Think International, we didn't have any online courses. We didn't have any preaching services. We didn't have any coaching programs. We didn't even know how to do any of that stuff. But we found this opportunity called the Rocket Company. And this offer, if you wanted to join Preaching Rocket, it was $99 per month or $997 per year. And they had an affiliate program. So this was the tool. This is, to this day, the terms of the affiliate program. It says we pay a 20% referral fee on any subscription program or digital download generated from your unique link. For example, if Billy uses your link to sign up for Giving Rocket for $99 a month, you get $20 every month. And what's also cool is you keep reading, it says like no spammy stuff or shady stuff allowed. That goes without saying. Ironic that I said it, kind of funny, you know. And this is how you generate links. You can log in the back end. You're going to get your link through Infusionsoft, your affiliate partner software. Well, here's what's crazy is starting Think International, Jeff and I, mainly, we actually formed an official nonprofit for that project. And it was definitely a like nonprofit because we made like nonprofit, like really ever, you know, sometimes we'd make a few bucks here. We kind of get like an honorarium trying to, you know, just be in ministry and figure things out. And there's different things we do. And eventually we got approved for the partner program on YouTube, but maybe we never made over $100 in a month in ad revenue. But from just this one video, using the Power Partner strategy, hundreds of dollars was generated. And passive income, because remember, if somebody signs up for $99 a month, you get 20% of that. That's $20 every month. The video got about 3,000 views, right? Or that's got 3,300 total since then. And multiple people signed up. But think about how specialized this is. And now let's remember our money equation. What was the revenue potential? A lot higher than ad revenue, a lot higher than linking to a book on preaching better sermons on Amazon. That's good too. But if somebody buys a $20 book and you get 4%, that's not 20% on a $1,000 program. If somebody did the one pay, that's $200 right off of just one transaction. You only need one sale to make $200. A lot of creators don't get their affiliates on Amazon or somewhere else to $200 ever. You make one strategic video using the Power Partner strategy and generate one sale of a $1,000 product at a 20% commission, you make $200, you might have made what most creators make in 3 months, 6 months. Can you see how powerful this is? So if you identify the revenue potential, now again, well, channel alignment. For 99% of us watching this, right? Preaching Rocket would not be something you would promote. It like doesn't align with your channel. But it perfectly aligned with a church leadership channel. So one of the big keys is like, okay, how can I find and network and connect with and find products and services that align with my channel? And then have a strategic execution, the way you position the video, how you talk about it, the thumbnail, the title, and then traffic multipliers. Like there wasn't even a lot of traffic here, but it did, right? Like free preaching conference, very searchable thing. And that was also the funnel of how this worked. The YouTube video didn't sell the product. The YouTube video invited people to a free event that pastors and leaders could sign up for. And then on that event, they just let them know about the Preaching Rocket offer, and some people purchased it, and your affiliate link tracked the whole thing. And thus, the video earned disproportionately more than anything else we ever did from using just this one strategy. But there's another strategy. It's called the commission crusher. This is where you find products you love with high price points, big commission rates, and reoccurring revenue potential. One of my favorite examples of this is when I made a video called Best Greens Powder Organifi Green Juice Review. I myself am a sucker for supplements, as my latest thing I'm on, is this Magic Mind, or I'm out here with drinking electrolytes or all kinds of different things that I'm into. Personal passion, right? When we talk about channel alignment. And this particular channel was actually just my personal brand channel, which some people say, can you make money with a lifestyle channel? I'd say the answer is yes, especially when you understand the YouTube profit formula. I'm a living example of that. And while some of the things I've learned about my personal channel is that I struggled to really have maybe a clear niche, it was a place where I just talked about whatever I wanted. And that would be the things I am passionate about. So it would be, I've uploaded videos on that channel, for my anniversary, about my wife. I've uploaded videos on that channel about products I love, because it's a personal channel. Now, again, that's a separate conversation for how strategic the whole channel is. But what is so powerful is I've created individual videos that have earned truly absurd amounts of money compared to the amount of views that they have gotten. Now, if you look closely, this video does have 190,000 views over 8 years. This would be one of our traffic multipliers that we'll talk about later, and that's called ranking a video. But this singular video has earned over $20,000. Sounds absurd because it kind of is. Think about it. One video earned $20,000 and it got 190,000 views, which is great. But in ad revenue, it's probably earned less than $2,000. So how did I earn 10 times as much? Because of the commission crusher strategy, because of thinking about, remember, we're going to do the revenue potential. We're going to think about channel alignment. And the revenue potential was wait a minute, this product's a little bit more expensive. What's the commission rate? What are the terms of the deal? And here's what the answer to that question is. So the product's called Organifi. It's evolved since then, and the packaging has changed and a lot has happened. But here's basically the breakdown. The price point was $69. The commission rate was 30%. A lot of people out here getting 3% on Amazon. The commission rate was 30%. And if people subscribe, you get the reoccurring revenue. So how did I earn $20,000 from one video? Because I used the YouTube profit formula. I thought, okay, this is a product I love and use. Then I said, one of my hopes is you'd start thinking about, what products do you love and use that are already in your pantry? What products do you love and use that are already in your home gym, that are already in your garage, that are already in your car, that are underneath the hood of your car, that are in your shop? What are the different products? What are the different that are software that's already installed on your computer? Different tools you use. What's on your credit card statement that you're already using and paying for every month? Identifying those and then researching, because as I looked into it, I was like, hey, maybe this product has an affiliate program. I bought it anyways myself. Used it because my friend Lewis recommended it. Then I was like, maybe it has an affiliate program. Wait a minute, 30%? Wait a minute, reoccurring revenue. If people subscribe, I get paid 30% every single month. Well, that's how you apply the YouTube profit formula to using the commission crusher strategy. I identified the revenue potential. It was aligned with my lifestyle channel. I did make a strategic video and did my keyword research of best greens powder. And so I planned out the video, delivered the content, and also tapped into a traffic multiplier. And then over time, the video earned over $20,000. This is Jacqueline from the YouTube channel Wild Floridian, which focuses on growing flowers and food in the subtropics. And what she found was a fantastic affiliate opportunity with raised garden beds. Now, the program she discovered offers 10 to 20% commissions on successful referrals. So to maximize her earnings, she created strategic videos, incorporated keyword research, relevant topics, and her passion for gardening. This approach has generated thousands of dollars for her in affiliate income. Now, she did this while she was also still working her full-time job and doing YouTube on the side. And as you can see here, she made these different videos that perfectly channel aligned, and her audience is pumped to learn about them. Not any kind of weird sales or marketing, literally just what's the revenue potential? Is this aligned with my channel? I'm passionate about it, and my audience would love it, and they would love to spend their money on this, because if you're passionate about gardening, or you're passionate about biohacking, or you're passionate about cameras, it's like, let's buy stuff, that we love. If you're passionate about study Bibles, I'm getting ready for my shred coming up next year. I ended up buying 4 Bibles, and now my friend Tim, calling a friend, I just met him, but he's got a whole Bible channel. Literally all they do is he like reviews study Bibles. And no matter what you're passionate about, there's like an affiliate program. So ultimately she finds this raised garden beds, but this is the search you want to be on. You want to be a detective looking for opportunities, because the commission crusher mindset is, man, what's like a great product that could tie into my channel? So she found this VGH brand, and we can see their affiliate terms here. You earn 10 to 20% commission for every successful referral. They tell you that most customers that hit the website buy 3 garden beds at a time, even 10. So the average order value is about $500. So what you're going to discover too in the YouTube Money Secrets book is you're going to discover a lot of tactics that drill down deeper on assessing opportunities, how to find opportunities that tie into your channel, because these are the things that are the first part of the revenue of the profit formula, is the revenue opportunity. Wait, 10 to 20%? Well, also, like, how well does the website convert? Like, do people like it? Are the reviews good? It's like doing your due diligence. How good is the website from an e-commerce perspective? And they're even telling you, they're like, yeah, people love these. The average order value is $500. So if the average order value is $500 and you make a video about it and you make one sale of $500, 10%, you make $50, which again, this is about disproportionately more money than the views or subscribers you already have. What's Jacqueline done? Ranked multiple videos. She's put multiple videos out there about this and earned thousands from this one affiliate program. But the last of our 3 strategies here is the trend surfer strategy. This is creating timely content around trending products and seasonal opportunities for maximum affiliate revenue. So let me take you back to November 2016. You may have seen, especially on TV at first, these star shower motion laser lights. Now, again, I had a lifestyle channel where in particular, I like to experiment and just talk about stuff that was happening in my life. And as somebody who loves the holidays and always wanted to, my wife always likes it if the house is decorated, and loves the holidays as well. So I'm in the process of thinking about, okay, Christmas is coming up. I probably should decorate the house. And one of the things I noticed was I went to a local Smith's grocery store, and this was in Las Vegas. And I saw a display of these Christmas laser lights on a shelf at a grocery store. Like, it wasn't, this wasn't even a Walmart or a Lowe's or a Home Depot. It was like a local grocery store. And I was like, why is there Christmas laser lights in here? I think I've seen these on a couple houses in my neighborhood. They look awful. Like, these are the laziest. These are, they do make this promise, right? No ladders, no hanging, no dead bulbs. And you're also like, yeah, and no taste or class either. Like, although ease, like, I call these the lazy Christmas laser lights. So when I saw, though, these laser lights at a grocery store, I have the trend surfer mentality. I thought, you know what? I wonder if like anyone's really ranked videos about these on YouTube, because it was kind of still early where these were starting to come out. And so immediately I bought my groceries. I went home and I got in front of my computer and started to use Google keyword tools or keyword research tools like vidIQ or Uber Suggest, and you can reference the book. There's different tools. Looked on YouTube itself because I wanted to verify and look around. Okay, is anybody making content about these laser Christmas lights? Sure enough, I see an opportunity in the market. This is the lenses that I want to help you develop. This is what myself and our team and also too, we can let you know about opportunity to work with us, because sometimes just having like a coach by your side can help you see opportunities for your niche and develop that trend surfer perspective. Because I sort of saw the end from the beginning. I was like, oh man, it is about to get real, because I've been learning the YouTube profit formula. And I was like, okay, so this is a great idea. So then I went to work and risked a little bit. In this particular case, I started to research that night, research what truly are the best Christmas laser lights. And I placed some orders. I looked at the most stars, the most reviews. I did my due diligence to actually answer the question before I ever made the video of what are the best laser lights. Also, too, these were like the most expensive and the most brand name ones. But as I reviewed, I'm reading the reviews ahead of time. Oh, don't get the Star Shower ones. Get this other one. They're better. They have more features. They're cheaper, and it ships right to your house in 2 days. I did all this research that night, placed all my Amazon orders, got the lights, started setting them up, testing them, put them on our house. My wife came home when she saw them and she's like, what are you doing? These are awful. And I was like, honey, trust me. And so I used them in our own environment and started to test these out and think, put these into practice essentially. And then I created a video titled Best Christmas Laser Lights, Top 3 Outdoor Laser Christmas Lights. Very strategic execution is part of our profit formula. And so using tools like Google Trends and other keyword tools, I identified a high demand search term, best Christmas laser lights, that align perfectly with my lifestyle focused channel. Kind of a random channel with lots of high profit videos on it, and tied into my personal interest of this holiday decorating and talking about products I also love and use. Well, fast forward to today. That first year, the video took off and gained 100,000 views. And it continued to attract views every holiday season, as you can see, to this day, by the way. Because even in the last 12 months, pre-holiday, this video has got another 7,000 views, which is insane. The video is like 5 years old, right? Or way much longer than that, I should say. It's like 8 years old, whatever. And what's fascinating is this video has earned over $10,000. Now, we talked about my favorite strategy if you have a small channel and you want to earn big money is the power partner, because you only need like one sale, 20%, $1,000, you make $200. If you're doing something like Amazon, you need more traffic to generate big money. And our promise of this whole training, right, is big money with a small channel. But what's cool is I want us to all think about this particular strategy around the holiday season. Because one thing that a lot of people don't realize is that Amazon has what's called an affiliate cookie that lasts for 24 hours after someone clicks your affiliate link. So here's what that means. When someone clicks your link in the description of your video, in this case, I make a video, I link to those laser lights, some people click them. The cookie stays on the user's browser for 24 hours, and affiliates can earn commissions on any purchase made during that time. What happens after the 24 hours, once the 24-hour window closes, affiliates must get the user to click again. So it expires after 24 hours. But you know what's interesting is if somebody adds something to their cart because they clicked your link and they eventually check out of that purchase, you get credit for up to 90 days. And I don't know if I realized, I was like, that's kind of like my behavior. I'm like, oh, that looks super cool. I add it to my cart. Maybe it's a couple days later and I finally check out. The person's affiliate link that I clicked gets credit for that. What does that mean? Let me illustrate. I looked into the sales I've generated recently from my affiliate account with Amazon, and I've sold things like press-on nails, pickleball grip tape, and dog toothpaste, even though I don't talk about any of that stuff on any of my YouTube channels, including when I'm talking about Christmas laser lights. Why? That's what the power of particularly Amazon affiliate marketing and the Amazon Associates program, because now I think you like, Sean, how did that video earn 10,000 views? Well, it got a decent amount of views every year. And some people purchased the Christmas laser lights. My math tracked it to probably about $4,000 earned from the laser lights directly. But actually where the majority of the money is actually earned from is the fact someone is just shopping and clicking around. Even if they didn't purchase the laser lights I recommended, they clicked my link. And for the next 24 hours, what happens if they're planning on decorating the day before Black Friday? It's Thanksgiving. I want to get some of those laser lights. I'm lazy. And even though my wife will be mad at me, that's the ones I'm going to go for. I just don't want to set up the hard ones that I don't want to get on my roof, like National Lampoon's Christmas and Staple lights. I'm just going to go laser lights. Thanksgiving, they're full of turkey. They're full of stuffing, shopping. You know what? Amazon Prime me some laser lights so I can get decorated for Christmas. They click your link Thanksgiving evening. They wake up the next day, buy a bunch of other random stuff, buy some pants, some dog toothpaste, some gifts for the family, some pickleball grip tape. And the sales and the commissions are rolling in for you because you get credit for all that stuff. So when you start thinking about the trend surfer strategy, you realize that if you have a video that starts getting views around a strategic time, it might be riding that wave directly related to the product you're promoting, but it's also that you're just getting clicks, period. Can you see how powerful that is? And so the YouTube profit formula applied to the trend surfing strategy is, again, saying, okay, how high is the revenue potential? If you're doing something lower ticket, but you spot the opportunity for a trend, these laser lights, like a couple of the ones I recommended, were like $22 each, $24 each. So it wasn't like an $1,000 thing and I get 20%, but it was like, yo, this is at a local grocery store. I'm seeing, you got to see ahead a little bit. You got to think strategically. You got to become a trend detective. And this doesn't mean chasing random trends, right? It means thinking about for your niche, for things that could tie into your niche. However, it also might mean that you go, I might be in the wrong boat. And maybe I'm going to start some type of a different channel or reposition my channel, because if I actually want to start with the end in mind and create a high profit YouTube channel, maybe I should be positioned in a way that I have a place where I can make these high earning type of YouTube videos like Sean did, because he could spot something related to his life, his passion, and then identify the revenue potential, put it out on the channel, put out the strategic execution, multiply it by search-based optimizing the video to rank in search. And as we saw, 500,000 views over the years. It went down every year a little bit, but it kept getting views. And one little interesting tip is I would go back year after year and optimize the 3 lines of the description and use a website called kit.co, CIT.co, to create an updated list of that year's best Christmas laser lights, just ranked off of Amazon's top rated lights. So I'd say, hey, so someone's watching the video now and you're like, well, why are they still clicking your laser lights? Like, hey, I went ahead and did the research for you. So I took a couple-year-old video and I would optimize it each season and create. Kit.co allows you to gather multiple different products. And so then I'd start putting like 6, 7, 8 of the best Christmas laser lights on that updated list in the pinned comment and the description of my video. So year after year, I compounded my earnings. Now, there's a lot we could cover when it comes to affiliate marketing. And in the book, you're going to learn 9 affiliate marketing strategies explained, the best practices for affiliate marketing, tips for signing up for Amazon associates and generating qualified sales, how to find the best affiliate marketing opportunities, practical tips for successfully promoting a joint venture offer, which is the power partner strategy. Because you might be wondering, well, that's what I want to do, Sean. How do I find those? And also the best affiliate programs to join, which is not a comprehensive list, but is a pretty expansive list that'll help you think outside of the box in terms of how much opportunity there is out there. Again, not just to chase money, but I know we need money for the mission, but to find high revenue potential that aligns with your channel, that aligns with your passion, that'll add real value to your audience. And so I'll never forget when I found that preaching rocket company offer. And it occurred to me as we started we had started this Think International channel. Jeff Moore is my friend and I, the story I told at the beginning, in faith. We stepped out, and there was part of me that said, I'm not really even sure how we're going to monetize this. I'm not sure how we're going to make money from this, but I'm just confident that there are opportunities out there, and there will be things like that, this creator economy thing, that this internet thing, that this way that education is evolving, other people's products and programs, the way that maybe even traditional education in college is sort of being disrupted. And now the new school is trainings like this and online courses and coaching and all this stuff. I just was like, something's going to come up. And when it came up, I was like, man, I was digging my well before I was thirsty. I was getting ready today, even if it wasn't totally clear, so that I was positioned perfectly to post one video and have it just be perfectly aligned. So I want to encourage you, you're like one power partner away from a high earning video. You're one affiliate program like Jacqueline, one raised garden beds that just ties into your passion. And you might discover it on page 22 of the book. You might discover it in a couple weeks. You might discover it working with or talking to one of our coaches. Like it, and it might come to you by the end of this 6-video training, this 6-session training, or it might come to you a few months from now. I just want to encourage you. This stuff is real and it can apply to your channel. And you might need to pivot or pick a different niche. You might need to pick a different boat or reposition your boat a little bit, or see if you can, why even get sales when you could get a powered engine? You know, there might be something, might be some tweaks we need to do. So I want to encourage you to be open-minded, but to be patient. And this stuff takes time. It does take work. And I believe it'll click in as you stay committed to not just finishing this training series, but also to reading every page of the YouTube Money Secrets book. So we just covered 3 types of affiliate marketing for earning big money with a small channel: the commission crusher, the trend surfer, and the power partner. And I'm so excited for session number 3 coming up of YouTube Money Secrets. And so buckle your seatbelt, refill your coffee, stay hydrated, and I will see you in the next session.
Oh man, everybody. How was that? Do you feeling it? Are you feeling it? Do you understand it? Are you catching the wind here for a second of what's possible with your channel? I'm actually, clarity question for you. Feel like you're in the right boat, you know, feel like you're rowing. Do you feel like you can see the sails coming up? All of that makes no sense if you weren't here for session 1. But if you were here for session 1, you totally understand what we're saying here. If you can create the right momentum and head in the right direction, a lot is possible with your channel. We're going to get into the next session here very shortly. But before we do, there's a couple things I wanted to touch on really quick. There's a couple questions and stuff like that. And so let's see here. Before we get into some logistical ones, here's one. Somebody asked, where do people find high commission products and services? I wouldn't start necessarily on that particular question. The question I would go to first is one that Sean just was talking about. What are you already using that you love? That would be the first thing. What are you already using that you love to use all the time? You would talk about it anyways. I would totally 100% start there and then create your list. So then you can work backwards from, okay, now I have my list of products I use, I love, I would talk about them already. Other people should know about these and I'd love for them to know about it. I might as well get a commission on this anyways. That's where I would start and then kind of work backwards from it. I would also highly recommend you jumping into the book. There's a lot of resources in there that are all related to a lot of this affiliate marketing stuff that Sean was talking about. Another question that was coming up was, I wonder how should we ask if the company has an affiliate program if they haven't mentioned it on their website? That's totally a good question. There's a few things that you can do. First thing I would do is I would do a little bit more searching on the website. I think I saw it on the comments. Somebody said, hey, if you just scroll down to the bottom of the page, a lot of the times you can find an affiliate section there for a lot of companies. If you're not seeing that, quick Google search, you know, X brand affiliate marketing or affiliate program or influencer program. I would be looking for those keywords when you're on Google and searching for it. I think that could be really helpful for you. Another thing that you can do is, this is getting a little bit more tactical, and it's like, if you really love a product and you can't find anything on it, head over to LinkedIn, look for the company on LinkedIn, try to find somebody that is in the marketing department, and then reach out to them saying, hey, this is my situation. I love the product. I'd love to be able to promote it. I'm curious if there's anything that you guys have so we can work together on this. That's a little bit further down, and most companies you don't have to worry about that. But there are some companies that don't totally understand influencer marketing or affiliate marketing, and so you can totally do that as well. So that's a really great question. I loved to see that as well. Let's see, thoughts on a faceless channel to do affiliate versus the face with a face channel. I think both can work. Both can absolutely work. We have examples and see examples all the time of people with faceless channels who do really well. I would argue that a more people, with their face on camera can typically do a little bit better, just because of that community aspect, that relational human to human aspect of it. Doesn't mean you can't do it with faceless. There's a lot of successful channels that do it. I would lean towards, if you can get your face in there and actually show your reaction to it, man, I think it's really great. And I think that's super helpful as well. And here, before we go into this next session, little housekeeping things I want to make sure I answer for you is Ham Radio 2.0. He said, is this a new book? Might have missed this during the live stream. Yes. So what we have, and we'll drop a link to it in the chat, is it's a pre-publication release of YouTube Money Secrets, and we're dropping it in the chat here in a second. And this is the actionable, practical steps that you can take to start earning an income with your YouTube channel. And there's so much in it, and it's so practical, and I'd love for you guys to all check it out. Also, don't get too distracted on it yet. Save it for after the training, but you all have access to this pre-publication release to this awesome new book that we have going on as well. And then another quick question before we go into this next session is, what time is the first break? How long will it be? Good question. The first break is coming in after session 4. We're about to jump into session 3, and that break will be about 10 to 15 minutes at the top end of that as well. So looking for about 10 or so minutes after session 4 where you can stretch. Speaking of that, can you stretch for me really quick? We just did 2 sessions, and can we just get ready really quick, because Sean's going to be coming up here and he's got 2 more solid sessions for us to go into. I just popped my back a bunch. And so here we are getting ready for this next session as well. And so, hey, everybody, if you're ready for it, drop some emojis in the chat. Get ready for it. What's the next emoji? Cookies. Cookies is the next emoji. We had a sailboat for session 1. We're going cookies for session 2. Let's drop them in the chat. Sean, why don't we jump into session number 3 for today?
Awesome. Thank you, Brian. All right. If you're fired up, type number 1. And I'm excited to dive into our next session. Here we go. All right, welcome back to session number 3 of YouTube Money Secrets. How small channels are making big money right now. In this session, we're going to talk about how to multiply your views and revenue fast using the trends surfing strategy. In this session, we're going to talk about how to multiply views, even if you have a new channel, and then 4 tips for discovering trends and turning them into high view videos. One of the things we just learned in the last session was about my story of best Christmas laser lights. This is a great example of trend surfing the seasons, right? At particular times of year, it's logical that certain things spike like crazy in terms of how many people are looking for them. This is Dadverb, one of our Video Ranking Academy students, and he made a video, gift ideas for men, gifts that men actually want. This video ended up being a 78x outlier for him, which means it got 78 times more than his the videos typically get on his channel. So a massive breakout video. And then think about it. It's connected to all kinds of affiliate products, affiliate links. So trend surfing is one of our traffic multipliers. If you have a revenue opportunity you've identified and it's aligned with your channel, and then you have strategic execution on it, but then you multiply it by the fact that you hit a seasonal trend and some search in this case, because people are searching for, gift ideas, it can have disproportionate results. Another term when it comes to trend surfing is influence surfing. Influence surfing, big names, big views. I'll never forget back in 2015, I made a video called Casey Neistat Camera Gear. It was May 2016. And here's actually a screenshot of my YouTube channel and what YouTube looked like back then. And so Think Media was 5 years old by this time. And it did have 13,000 subscribers. So I'm a ways on my journey. But again, by no means, it's like 3 million subscribers today. So with 15,000 subscribers, this video that I created got over 400,000 views, disproportionate views to the size of the channel. If you're taking notes, write down VFM, and that stands for Viral for Me. What's our goal? Our goal is to say, whatever level we're at, if we're not monetized yet, as we keep going through the sessions, we want to get monetized faster applying these tips. Even if we're not monetized, we get 30 views a video or 300 views a video. If you have the right revenue strategy connected to your channel alignment, connection to strategic execution, and you get 375 views, and it's connected to a power partner, as we talked about in the last session, then maybe you could earn $300 or $3,000 off of one small video. In this particular case, we're talking about higher view volume because the video spread because of what's called influence surfing. And what I ultimately did was I made a video. At the time, Casey Neistat had started vlogging. He was a big wave, especially amongst content creators. I, as a super fan, was watching his vlog every single day. I remember I was at our house in Las Vegas at the time on a lazy boy chair that had a little electric recliner, laid back, eating some supper of some kind, had my Apple TV remote, and I was watching Casey's vlog. When he was vlogging daily, it became part of my daily routine. And I remember I was watching it and I saw him for the first time reveal the camera that everyone was so shocked by behind the scenes of, whoa, what gear has he been using? His vlogs are such another level than what everybody else is doing. I remember nobody used to do this. Nobody used to be running around with cameras like this vlogging. Everyone was using point and shoot cameras and smartphones or whatever. And so the fact Casey revealed in this video the gear he was using, I was like, man, this is a question everyone's had. But then as I watched it, I was like, he was just like, yeah, and I got kind of this microphone. It's like he didn't even say what model it was. And I kind of have this bendy tripod thing. I was like, he didn't even say what it was. I don't think he even did his own affiliate links. And so instantly I connected two things. I thought, one, channel alignment. My channel, Think Media, what's it about? Cameras, vlogging, and the YouTube creator economy. And I thought, I can screenshot and zoom in. He didn't say what the lens was. I went and I zoomed in. I realized it was the 10-22 Canon EFM lens. I looked up. I was a detective. I looked up every product. I looked through everything. I thought through the whole deal. And then I thought, man, I could really do some influence surfing. Now you might get into, you're like, okay, I'm talking about somebody else. Am I allowed to do that? Am I allowed? Well, this gets into what's called fair use law. This also gets into, if you notice the way I did it, I mainly was kind of just a talking head myself with the content playing behind me on my screen. And I walked through some stuff and I just walked through the video in 10 minutes and listed out all the products. But now think about it. If you look in the description using kit.co, I then also said, and by the way, if you just want all of Casey's gear listed out, think about this. It wasn't even my own gear. It was somebody else's gear organized by me into a list of my affiliate links. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Ultimately, I put that video out, right? And people were pumped because they were like, this is so cool. Thank you for organizing this. This is so clear. What was I riding? I found the revenue potential, saw channel alignment. Could anybody have done what I did? Well, for sure, but it wouldn't have made sense probably for most people watching this. It's like, it wouldn't have aligned with your niche. It aligned perfectly with my niche. One of the things you're going to find inside of the book is title formulas. Like, for example, what if you said famous influencer or celebrity and their supplement stack, their wardrobe? So you could insert how to get the runway look of famous celebrity with the Amazon budget replacements. If you had like a fashion channel, fashion for women over 40. And now you're going to tap into the celebrity and say, yeah, this looks pretty cool. Kind of has the turtleneck. I don't know what I'm talking about. Has the whatever. And then you screenshot she was seen wearing this sweater. I found the same sweater, the Amazon version. This one from Chanel is $3,642 for the sweater. The one on Amazon's $22. Reviews are great. I actually ordered it. It's pretty good. See, I redid her look. You're going to find more strategies for thinking about how you could just use influence surfing tied into your channel. And so again, this video got approximately 31 times greater than my subscriber count. Was one of the early videos that helped to get Think Media discovered. Was a win-win-win-win-win. And here's a couple tips for how you could do some trend surfing and spot some trends. Number one, mine Google News. Start with the targeted search and then use keyword phrases relevant to your niche. So Google News is free to use. And you have to think about, here's your question to ponder and to make sure you define clearly, what keyword phrases are relevant to your niche? Here's mine: YouTube, creator economy, video marketing, social media, influencers. Why? If I spot an opportunity and then make a video, and I also might even make a news video. Why wouldn't you be the one? One of our Video Rake It Academy students was sharing one of their most viewed videos. He's got a channel that helps people with distance running, ultra running, and he was talking about the Ironman and the Ironman race. And there was changes happening in Ironman, and he made a video on new changes to Ironman, one of his most viewed videos. That's a strategy. Change and changes is one of the most triggering words for human brains. So if you have a channel about concrete construction, if you have a channel about tools or fitness or health or diets, it doesn't matter. The tax code. It is your ethical responsibility, if you're going to own your niche, to be the voice of the news and the voice of the changes. But are you paying attention? Are you seeing what's happening next in your niche and your topic? And he said, not a lot of stuff. There's not a lot of news. There's not a lot of trending things that happen related to Ironman. I'd say two things: more than you probably realize. And two, just be positioned for when there is, because this is only one of the strategies. Remember, you could do evergreen stuff. You can make all kinds of different videos. This isn't about like doing a trending video every single day. But if you're looking into Google News, then you can spot things that are happening and let that inform your next strategic video. Now, you also can track influencers, identifying key influencers in your industry. So these might be established YouTubers, they might be social media personalities, they might be marketing experts, they might be relevant figures in entertainment or technology. And this doesn't mean like you just have to talk about Elon Musk or Casey Neistat. This might be the president of the concrete organization. I wouldn't know them. Most people wouldn't, but people in your niche would. It's about, when we say influencers, it doesn't mean some, girl taking a selfie with her pink Starbucks drink in LA, influencer would just mean influential person, author, speaker, politician, someone known to your audience. And what are you doing with influence surfing? Maybe you're reacting. In my case, I'm breaking down Casey Neistat's gear. In your case, you might be reacting to a policy change in your industry. You might be reacting to somebody. If you are really passionate about raw milk that's unpasteurized and probably very dangerous and is like Russian roulette for your health, yet you would say, Sean, that's not true. It's the healthiest way to do it. As soon as it's pasteurized, I'm not going to get. And you start realizing, I think Gwyneth Paltrow is obsessed with raw milk. Then you also realize, okay, how am I tying into, like, now I have that person on my thumbnail, and now I'm tying into this trend, and now I'm tying into the person that's tracking influencers. Who are influencers? And you'll oftentimes see that in Google News, or it's who you're following. personalities related. Remember, this is all based on the profit formula. If there's not channel alignment, we're not just trying to ride like, oh, Kim Kardashian recently, like, what does that have to do with your channel? Unless it does. So it's thinking about how are you tying into what's called influence surfing. You know, one of our recent videos, once again, with Casey and a few other well-known vloggers, was Benji Travis and I talking about vlogging. Now, actually, mind you, I'm not a vlogger. This is interesting in and of itself. Just a guest on my podcast is doing a new style of vlogging, but I sat down with our Think Media team and our Think Media coaches to think about the strategic packaging and positioning of a video. That video has gotten over 200,000 views in a couple of weeks. This is in disproportionate views even to what our typical view count is these days. Why? Influence surfing. Now, when we think about this, we sat down and had a conversation, but I want to encourage you, and inside of the book, you're going to see links to different videos, and you can look up this video on the Think Media channel. I want you, as part of your homework, to watch the hook in the opening of this video. I recorded a strategic hook with strategic words and strategic B-roll that didn't just make this some kind of a disconnected tie-in, but actually what people see in the thumbnail is actually seen in the beginning of the video. And I actually recorded a strategic hook to create a bridge from the broader conversation from the old era of vlogging with some of these individuals, the way they would do it, as Benji would say, so that it bridged into our conversation. So your homework is to look at how that was done, see what you could learn in regards to that video, and understand that's the third part of the YouTube profit equation, strategic execution. There's some nuances to this. There's some things where it's the revenue potential. Part of it's the channel alignment. Big part of it is the strategic execution, title, thumbnail, positioning, packaging, hook of the video. How's it tie into the video? But that is tracking influencers. Thinking about how do you tie into a subject like vlogging, take it to a bigger level to potentially increase your views. Now you can also utilize Google Trends. Use Google Trends to pinpoint the exact time when search interest peaks to a related topic. What you call these is tentpole events. Now, at the time of recording this, at the end of 2024, I was recently exposed to a new term that I did not know called winter arc. And now if you look at this Google Trends, this is the opportunity that exists when it comes to trend surfing. Do you see how crazy this rise is in terms of, now notice I select United States, past 12 months, all categories, YouTube search. And on YouTube search, we went from a barely relevant trend to absolute parabolic growth of winter arc. Now, you also might be like, what are you even talking about? What is winter arc? I didn't know either. Winter arc is a recent trend that encourages people to set self-improvement goals during the last 3 months of the year. And rather than waiting for traditional New Year's resolutions, it emphasizes personal growth and achieving goals without external validation. And the trend gained significant traction this year due to social media. It actually spread on TikTok and Instagram first, but then totally hit YouTube. It's preemptive New Year's resolutions. The idea is getting a head start on self-improvement before the new year. It's counteracting holiday indulgence. The idea is like, don't wait till January 1st, lock in on October 1st or November 1st. It focuses on self-care. And it's a massive trend. Now, here's the thing. Are you spotting these trends? Is this relevant for everybody watching this? No. Could this be relevant to your channel? Absolutely. And the difference between your next video tying into trend surfing and having winter arc in the title somehow, or just making the same old video that doesn't catch trends, is the difference between those that are catching the wind and getting exponential growth and those that are staying stuck. You got to become a trend detective. And so if you look at this, here's Jenny Lou. She had 5,000 subs. She got 10,000 views. Changing my life in 50 days and entering my winter arc before 2025. And a lot of these videos, this is a sub-trend to kind of the fitness lifestyle channels. It was a 2.1x outlier. But as soon as I heard about it, I was like, shoot, YouTube winter arc. Like, why wait till January 1st to get serious about YouTube? Come on, let's go. Let's get serious October 1st, November 1st, December 1st. And would there be enough awareness? You could always just test something. But I also, I mentioned it to some of the Think Media team. They're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. What is a winter arc? And I was like, all right, maybe it's not a very good idea for us. The big point is, man, if you talk about lifestyle, health, fitness, productivity, and if you even just want to have a 1%, 5%, 10% boost, are you spotting the trends that you could tie into and surf and catch the wind of growth? This creator got a 7.1x outlier. Reinvent yourself in 90 days, winter arc blueprint. Tying in. If you're spotting trends on Google News, this came up March of 2024. Sourdough is having a moment again. Homemade sourdough bread has found a new legions of fans on TikTok. Look at sourdough, 41x outlier. This channel, Lori Pie, has 5,000 subs. The middle one has 2.5K subs. Maggie's channel has 3K subs. Not huge channels. How many views, though? 100x outlier, 67,000, 77,000, 12,000. So listen, you can do trend surfing in any niche, but the key is whatever your next 1 to 10 videos, you might just make those up in your head or do your best. And I respect that because we're putting in the work, we're staying consistent, we're posting videos. But sometimes that's the equivalent of rowing really hard and just being super exhausted. You're one trend surfing away, the right topic at the right time, because you're paying attention to Google News. Personally, I don't really spend time on TikTok and consume content over there. I find it toxic. But what I find is that you can still learn about the trends on TikTok without having to go discover them through blogs, through reading, through Google News, through just even taking 10 or 20 minutes of research, even asking Google Gemini. And the reason that particular free AI is a good AI to ask is because it has real-time updates because it's connected to Google search. So you might give a prompt to AI like, hey, Gemini, because you can do audio recording on it, or you can just type this in. You go, hey, Gemini, my channel is about homesteading and a lot of DIY cooking or a lot of healthy cooking and pantry and prep. I'm just curious, is there any TikTok trends, internet trends, breakout search terms, and any keywords that are trending right now that might tie into my channel? Is there any holiday or New Year's or summer terms or strategic videos that I could jump on to in regards to tent poles? We're living in a whole other era. One of the things that our coaches have been going super deep with people on is leveraging all of this opportunity with becoming an AI master for spotting trends. One of the things, if you're looking at this and you look at this screenshot is actually the outliers tool of vidIQ, where you could see the 100x or the 61x. An outlier just means a video that got 61 times or 100 times more than the amount of views typically gotten on the channel. And so for also spotting trends, one of my favorite tools is vidIQ. And you can check it out if you want at vidiq.com/think. But one of the reasons why I love this tool is even if you just type in a search keyword and scroll down, it'll show you trending videos on YouTube. This is a critical skill set to master, trend surfing. And if we're talking about YouTube money secrets, remember the right monetization strategy connected to the right trend, you're one video away. And so if you want to check that out, it's definitely worth doing for the $1 trial. And, during this class and workshop, whether it's right for you or not, literally no big deal, but highly recommend it for spotting trends, for having a suite of tools that will help you be a better trend surfer. Okay. Last, become a YouTube trend detective. So you want to pay close attention to what the algorithm is feeding you. Those recommended videos, they hold clues. What do I mean? I'm talking about how much YouTube are you yourself watching? How much are you searching the keyword phrases in your niche, looking at the creators in your niche, clicking on and watching other channels in around your channel topic and related channel topics? But here's how a YouTube trend detective operates. Number one is they make sure they are eating at their own restaurant. So this is why I will search for the very terms I make videos on: how to get views on YouTube, how to make money on YouTube, my YouTube education niche. I'll click on different creators or look at different thumbnails. That's step one. Step two is you got to just hang out in your homepage. What videos get recommended to you? Why? Why are they trending? It's wild. Yesterday, we were going deep, talking to some coaches and talking about like, there's certain trends that are happening on YouTube, certain search phrases. Some right now are YouTube easy mode, YouTube over 40. There's a couple things that are happening. I'm a trend detective in my own niche. So YouTube itself will feed you the trends, because if you're consuming content, and when I say eat at your own restaurant's kind of your own channel, you want to make sure that you're going to the marketplace of your niche, your channel, and saying, okay, the reason this video is getting what am I noticing about the thumbnails? What am I noticing about the titles? Look at the videos that are being fed to you. Those recommended videos, they hold clues. So you can check out YouTube's trending page. It's not, for most of us, that page is dumb, actually. Like there's, it's music videos and kind of like the top 100. You can go there, but the big key is pay close attention to what the algorithm is feeding you. You can also use tools like vidIQ to get deeper insights, and you want to look for patterns. What types of videos are consistently performing well? Is there reoccurring themes or topics? And then, by the way, this might be your opportunity then to react. You see something that maybe someone has a contrarian view to your niche, their view of sourdough or raw milk, and you're like, who is this? And then you maybe decide, man, it's all love, but I actually saw a video recently from this creator, and I wanted to talk about a few things because they made some bold statements that I kind of disagree with. I agree with half what they said. Now, that's not for the faint of heart. You might be like, I'm like, what if I talk about somebody? Like, what if they don't like me? Well, number one, you don't have to use the strategy. Number two, this is what influence surfing and getting into the conversation and trend surfing is all about. So you could choose your own path, but like, are you seeing reoccurring themes and topics, titles? Can you jump into that? What videos or any trending videos can you put a unique spin on? The goal is to become a keen observer of YouTube trends so you can identify opportunities to create content that resonates with a wider audience. And so we're working one equation. We are working the revenue potential, if it's aligned with our channel, meaning like the affiliate program, and then we make a great video, the traffic multiplier is trend surfing. So you get those first pieces right, and then you, boom, multiply it. Trend surfing, influence surfing. You are one video away from a high earning video. And inside the book, there are some tips for boosting your views with trend surfing and influence surfing. And there's also probably one of the deepest, I haven't shared this anywhere else, the 6 levels of trend awareness. So you could position and package your content for maximum views. If you go to that part in the book, you're going to see that when it comes to like trend awareness is, I mentioned winter arc and you're like, I don't know what winter arc is. Either did I. But if you're at your local CrossFit gym and you're just walking in, sipping your coffee, and you're like, and people are talking about, yo, I'm on that winter arc, bro. I'm on that. You're like, dude, what is the winter arc? And then you get inside and the guy's like, hey, listen, I know a lot of you guys are doing winter arc, because it is kind of like a gym bro thing. Or you go to your local spin class or something, and she's like, oh, I'm on my winter arc. You're like, what the heck? That's me spotting Christmas laser lights. So you're like, sipping your coffee. What is the winter arc? You look it up and you look at Google Trends. You're like, holy. Well, that would mean you actually have the awareness. You're like, people actually know this term. And maybe I just learned this term, but I'm going to tap into this. But maybe they're not aware of the winter arc. The 6 levels of awareness is like, are they aware of the product? Are they aware of the theme? Are they aware of the problem? Are they aware? Just this one training will blow your mind. And it's just a piece of what you're going to discover inside of the YouTube Money Secrets book. And then there's also how to create influential videos using the perfect video recipe. So a lot of cool stuff for your reference. So as we recap, mine Google News. track influencers, utilize Google Trends, and become a YouTube trend detective. Those are some of the tips for leveraging the power of trend surfing. But listen, we're not done. So I can't wait to connect with you in the next session. Let's keep going. Refresh your drink, refresh your coffee, and I will see you in the next session. Brian.
Wow. Here we go, y'all. Here we are. My goodness, we're session 3 done. And there's so many things that you guys are talking about in the chat that I'm like, I think we're fired up. Like, I think we're excited about what could be possible for your channels. I want to cover a few of these things before we get into this next session, and then we'll go into a break. But hey, there are a few things that are coming up here. Is I love this, Casey, that you said has already been worth the cost. Right after session 2, I think it was when you posted this, and then love this, the salon chat, love this content. It's what I've been searching for. I'm grateful that we get a chance to do this because I know that like you can't find stuff like this anywhere else. Like this is unique and different from everything that you could try to find online. And I am so excited that we get to be a part of making this possible for all of you as well. Some questions that were coming into the chat here were, this one, for instance, that says, do you have any examples of new small channels doing things like this? And what's so cool is just right in the chat, we got Wendy kind of responding like, I did it. Like when with the channel that she's talking about just last year, it had views hit the thousands. Then I had back then and had less than 100 subscribers, and then had 2 more videos go viral back in June. They got her monetized. Like it's totally possible, and we're even seeing it with people just in the chat, which is the thing that lights me up so much. Is it's really it's in reach. These things that we're talking about, it's so much closer than you can imagine. It is so close. All you got to do is reach out. You got to take, you can't just show up today and not implement it later. You got to implement it. Those things that we were talking about earlier, right? The 2 things I want from you is 1, get into action, implement this stuff. And then 2, we want to hear your stories as well. So Wendy, thank you so much for sharing your story even in this. So really appreciate that. A few other questions that were coming in that I'll hit on, and then we'll get into session 4. Is there was a quick question. Is this a vidIQ statistic? This is when you were talking about the outlier score. And yes, that is a vidIQ statistic that was showing, hey, this video is getting 2.1 times as many views as other videos in this channel. What does that mean? It's doing 2 times better than other videos on that channel. And that's a vidIQ statistic that she's referring to here. I love this question. How much detailed research do you do in the company, a partner, an influencer when doing an affiliate recommendation to stay true to your reputation and in brand integrity? You kind of are already answering this. You do what you need to do to make sure that you're on brand, right? That's something at Think Media. We don't recommend anything that we haven't tried out ourselves, that we haven't actually started to use and get a feel for. We always give honest reviews on products as they come out, and it's just one of those things that brand authority and brand integrity means way too much for us to just throw it away for just recommending something that we're not totally sure about. That said, one thing that's really interesting about even what Sean was talking about with Casey Neistat's video is there's also people just wondering, like, what is this thing that they're using? And whether or not you've used it, you get to say, hey, this is what this person's using. And now you can do a little bit of research. This is what I'm finding. This is what I like, and all of that as well. I just want to make sure we touched on this as well. Let's see. There's a couple more. I love this one. How many different channels would you consider starting if you have multiple areas of interest and want to diversify where you generate your income from? Here's the thing. There's going to be a lot of shining objects. Like there's going to be a lot of great ideas that you're going to get from this workshop that we're at today. There's going to be a lot of hopeful things for you. But I would say if I boil it down, just pick one and run. Just pick one channel and run with that channel and give it your all. It's so much easier when you just pick the one thing and give it everything, because then you're not chasing 2 rabbits. Because if you try to chase 2, you'll end up catching none. You got to chase one. So pick one channel, run with it, and make it work for you as well. And then last question here is, should I hop on trending videos right now and make ranked videos later? There's a countdown clock for hopping on this specific trend in my niche. Good question. Do it. That's the power of jumping on trends is it's only a limited amount of time. I would say totally do that. Now, I will also say, make intentional time or set intentional time aside after this video to jump on the next right thing that preferably is something that could continue to get views for weeks, months, years down the road. But it's a balance. It's figuring out this one is so hot for my niche. I would be silly to not jump on this video. And so if you feel that way, I would say jump on that video. Absolutely. Last comment here before we jump to Sean is, my mind is blown with all this information. The thoughts are swirling of the potential of it. Thanks, Sean, and the Think Media team. So excited for you, Olana. I mean, there's a lot that's in here. If you take it and you continue to take steps forward, I know a lot is possible for your channel, and we're really excited that we get to be a part of this with you. So that said, we're about to jump into session 4, and then right afterwards, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. So with that said, one more stretch break really quick. But as we get into this next session, I know I need it. I know you need it, and it's time. So session 4, here we go.
Here we go. And I do want to, the opportunity of being here live, and thank you for being here live. And let me know, like, if you already feel like you've gotten value out of this session. Somebody said just the book alone, out of, if you've already gotten value or your biggest takeaway from being a part of YouTube Money Secrets in this video training. But Gina said, do you think it's too late to hop on the winter arc thing? I do not, but the key is it's not even just my opinion, it's Google Trends itself. So if you go in and you look at the search term winter arc, United States, 12 months, all categories, YouTube search, clearly the peak was right around October 1st, because that's the big idea, is to go October 1st instead of January 1st. But then look what happened. People also went November 1st. That's where the second spike would be, because that's 2 months before. And you can see it's a little bit on the decline, but look at how massive this is compared to just your typical, always a little bit of search around it. Always actually through the holidays, but there's always a little bit of action. And so out of all the different videos you're making, if you're thinking about making your next video, this is the big idea of doing our research before we press record. So I think if you go, Gina, okay, what type of video am I going to make? How quickly could I wouldn't wait too long. I mean, if you could get that video out in the next couple of days, then it's verifiably still something that people are interested in and could lead to some discoverability, new subscribers, new reach. So a really good question. And I'm excited to dive into this next session before our break. So I know y'all are legends. You've got that endurance, that resilience. I know we're already putting in the work. We're going through 6 sessions. This is session number 4. And thanks again for being here. All right. Welcome to session number 4. We are talking about steady passive income and views, the evergreen strategy. And so we're going to be talking about how to uncover timeless video ideas that keep getting views, how to craft high-performing videos that viewers love, and how to rank videos on YouTube. And in YouTube Money Secrets, it's built around one formula. The YouTube profit formula is how small channels create high-earning videos. We identify the revenue potential. We've talked a lot about affiliate marketing, maybe the power partner strategy. Okay, I've identified a money-making opportunity that's also aligned with my channel. Okay, that it's going to be perfect. It's a great person to connect my viewers to. It could be a win-win-win-win-win. And I'm thinking about the strategic execution of that. Man, what video format? Am I going to do a video podcast? Am I going to do a live stream? Am I going to do a talking head video? How am I going to execute this video? And then what are the traffic multipliers? And in the last session, we talked about trends, but in this session, we're going to talk about search and really the evergreen traffic multiplier. So the first step here is you want to uncover evergreen opportunities. And the goal is to leverage YouTube's massive audience to create ranked videos, which means videos that appear in search results when people look for specific topics, so that you could generate passive income for months and years to come. Now, the reason it's called the evergreen strategy is just like evergreen trees stay green year round, evergreen content remains relevant and in demand regardless of the current season or current trends. So by creating videos on topics people consistently search for, you can potentially generate continuous views and income over time. So how do you uncover evergreen opportunities? Well, you can use tools like Google Trends, YouTube search, keyword research tools like Answer the Public, Uber Suggest, Google Keyword Planner, and vidIQ. And your goal is to identify search volume over time and essentially identify high search volume, low competition. Now, the other thing you'll want to do is once you identify the search opportunity, and in the previous session, we were talking about a trend that's also being searched as of now called winter arc. You want to make sure you head over to YouTube and type that into the YouTube search. What shows up? What titles are there? What competitors essentially are there? What are their thumbnails? How are the videos positioned? Because what might be revealed is like, oh, I kind of misunderstood what that is. Like YouTube has taught themselves and Google, like you had a insect channel and you thought you're going to make a video about crickets or cricket. And you're like, oh, there's a bunch of search traffic on that. But then when you go look, you're like, oh, it's actually cricket, the sport. This is a big lesson I've learned in my career. Like, okay, I thought I identified the search term, but it's not actually as relevant to my niche as I thought, or there's a difference between cricket, the insect, and cricket, the sport. So you want to analyze competitor content, actually type in the keyword phrases over on YouTube itself. Look at the video length. How do they engage viewers? Are the videos funny? Are they more vlogs? Are they storytelling? How are their titles and their thumbnails? And this analysis can help you identify opportunities. And then you want to ask yourself, what unique perspective and value can I offer? Can I provide more in-depth information? Can I provide better visuals, more engaging presentation? If we go all the way back to affiliate marketing and maybe doing a product review of some kind, I go watch other product reviews and think about what's missing and what do I wish they would have talked about. They didn't even really show me the durability. They didn't even really show me the features. They didn't really show me everything in the box. They didn't show, like, scratch your own itch. Go identify the videos that are there and then make it your goal to make a better video. And better doesn't mean that you have to be more charismatic or better looking. Or why is someone watching the video? They want better information. They want clearer information. They want what you would want. What are the pros, cons, features, benefits, price, the different. And so if you then just take the time and the effort to study the competition a little bit, then you can uncover evergreen opportunities. Remember, I went to the grocery store, saw these Christmas laser lights on a shelf, and then went home to say, what's on YouTube? Okay, I was even trying to figure out what they were called. I was like, are these called Christmas lights? No, because Christmas lights could mean a lot of things. Not, okay, what are they called? Oh, Christmas laser lights? All right, what are the variations of the search terms? Okay, cool. How many videos are out there? Not many. How are the videos positioned? Not well at the time. What were they missing? What were the opportunities? And so again, one of the best ways to boost YouTube earnings is to identify something that people are searching for. And I ended up with best Christmas laser lights, the top 3 outdoor Christmas laser lights. And you'll notice you can actually combine strategic timing and trends, because when should you post the Christmas laser lights video? March is not the best time. Not only did I post it right in November, but it was also an evergreen video getting views, really not all year long, but during the holidays, every single year for years to come, even to this day. Step number 2 is you want to craft compelling video content. So you want to crystallize your video title and the concept, clear and concise, keyword-rich title that actively reflects your video's content. This is clear as day, right? Best Christmas laser lights, top 3 outdoor laser Christmas lights. Thumbnail, title, craft the video. Just explain it. Be clear. What's happening? Trim the fluff. And you want to develop a winning video strategy. So if you plan your video out strategically, consider the information you're going to present. How are you going to structure it? What unique value will you offer to the viewers? Think visually about how you'll make your video engaging, informative, and visually appealing. And then number 3, you want to optimize your video for success. And so things here could include ensuring your video has good audio and video quality, This doesn't mean a fancy camera. It doesn't mean you have to invest in expensive gear. But let me challenge you. Like, we're living in a world where you can get a light kit on Amazon for under $50 that'll make any camera or smartphone look better. You could get a clip-on microphone, a wireless microphone for $25, $30, $50. And if you are really treating this like you have the audacity to say, I want to make big money from a small channel, I want to encourage you to think like a professional. You don't need a huge budget. You don't need to a professional studio. But the people that set aside the amateur mindset and decide to turn pro are the ones that are going to dominate YouTube in the future. It's true in any industry. The ones that are more intentional about investing in themselves, investing in their gear, wanting to develop this skill set. And so small tweaks can lead to giant peaks in terms of your video quality. And let's simplify it. When I watch a video, I don't need it to be fancy video, but I want to see the product. I want to hear the person talking to me without some weird echo and like their dog's barking in the background and like distracting things. It's really just about an experience. Put yourself in the shoes of the viewer. What do you want to see? You don't care if it's the best camera ever, but if they shot it in their dingy, dark basement and you can't barely see what's happening and they didn't even show you the product and you're like, well, it was kind of a rough experience. The goal is to just sort of like put yourself in the viewer's shoes. Can they see you? Can they hear you? Was the content organized? You might even think yourself, you're like, are they wandering all over the place in their explanation? Did they just talk for 3 minutes on a rabbit trail? Or did they really just structure the content so that the information was presented in a way that was engaging to watch? And then write compelling descriptions, keywords throughout your video description, eye-catching thumbnails, add tags strategically, and then even promote your videos. We would call this social media hand-to-hand combat. In most cases, you don't need to be posting your video on Instagram. It's probably not going to help much to try to get someone from Instagram to YouTube. But if you're trying to get a new channel moving, promoting your YouTube video in different locations, in some cases, some of the most strategic could be places like Reddit, Quora, because people who ask specific questions often do so on websites like Quora, which is a kind of a Q&A website that can link to YouTube videos. So there's other strategies, and I want to encourage you to dive into the book. But the third step is to optimize your video for success. And in doing so, you then are applying the YouTube profit formula with the evergreen strategy, with videos that can get views ideally all year long, week after week, month after month, because it's somebody that's always looking for that search term, always looking for that topic. And you can combine these strategies by using evergreen and trends strategically as you see opportunities. But as we land the plane on this session, I just want to share the number one thing I've learned when it comes to accelerating success. We're going to do it again. The number one thing I've learned to oh, I got it right. All right, we can edit that out. I'm like, what does this say? I'm going to drink my magic mind after this. As we land the plane, I do want to share with you, as we land the plane, the number one thing I've learned to accelerate success. You know, Forbes came out with this top creators list, and they talked about YouTube creators that were earning $700 million a year combined. And they had a combined following of 2.6 billion followers. And at the top of the list was a creator named Mr. Beast. Now, recently, Mr. Beast has come under some level of controversy, but I think everybody can agree that there are lessons to learn in terms of YouTube mastery, online business mastery. And one of the most fascinating lessons that I learned from Mr. Beast was when he was actually on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he actually revealed one of his secrets. He said that his growth surged after high school, collaborating with other passionate YouTubers that he called 4 YouTube lunatics. And here's what Mr. Beast did. He said that when his channel was small, the key to his channel getting big was connecting with other YouTube geeks, other people obsessed with YouTube. And what he said is that they talked every single day for 1,000 days in a row on Skype. They basically formed a mastermind to hyper study YouTube success factors. They dedicated long hours daily to micro-analyzing video and thumbnail details, to learning from others' mistakes, and which fast-tracked their collective knowledge. And they realized that their growth wasn't by chance, but it was a result of deliberate and extensive effort. One of the number one secrets I've learned if you really want to accelerate your success is to treat this with a professional mindset and to not do this alone. What I found is that this book, there's a lot of secrets in here that are going to help you. And I'm so glad you have this resource and read this entire thing and apply it. This video series, there's a lot of information here that's going to help you and you'll be able to apply it. But there is a fatal flaw that you have and I have, and that is this. We cannot see our own blind spots. We don't know what we don't know. And oftentimes what we lack is the perspective of somebody else continuously refining our content, our strategy. Because at a self-paced video course or inside of a book, you're getting the strategy, but you don't see the small tweaks that maybe somebody else's perspective could help you with. That's the power of Mr. Beast, even revealing that, man, when I got together with 4 other YouTube lunatics and talked every day for 1,000 days in a row on Skype, my results started to become exponential. And I've really learned that your network is your net worth. This became abundantly clear to me when I actually started dealing with some chronic pain. And I've had since 32, I recently turned 41, was from working at a computer and from bad posture and from not being in the gym and probably from some stress and from all kinds of stuff. I started to develop what's called RSI, repetitive stress injury, the repetitive strain injury. And at times, I sometimes would have pain in both arms. I remember when we moved back from Irvine, I was a campus pastor to Las Vegas. And when I was 32, I went into church and I had 2 carpal tunnel braces on both arms. And I remember feeling like crippling pain in both of my arms, like, and wondering all this fear of like, am I going to be able to work with my arms again? I love what I get to do. I love creating content. I actually enjoy being in front of a computer and working at a battle station and doing all this stuff. But I had just developed maybe some nerve entrapment, tendonitis, tendinosis, carpal tunnel. I wasn't sure, but I was full of pain. And it kind of led to a little bit of depression and wanting to quit. At times, the pain would be like an 8 or 9 out of 10. I remember some summers I was slathering up my arms with menthol CBD cream just to try to, that kind of icy hot type of a feel to try to cope as I was on this journey. And I started to, of course, look for answers. What was frustrating was I was going to doctors and they were having me do tests and stuff. And they were like, oh, you probably don't have carpal tunnel. And I was like, it feels like I do. And I went to different doctors. And unfortunately, that on it itself can be sort of frustrating. And I didn't get a lot of answers. So I started to buy books, Becoming a Supple Leopard, legendary book. In fact, one of our Video Reiki Academy students recommended Dr. Kelly Starrett. And he said, if I ever find a physical therapist, have him make sure he's connected to the Becoming a Supple Leopard. I bought this different device for tennis elbow to kind of massage and golfer's elbow. I bought the trigger point workbook, these different massage devices. I bought an online course called Tennis Elbow Classroom, bought these rad myofascia release balls and all this different stuff. And actually this stuff's been amazing. I've been on this journey of getting educated. In fact, I don't know when and if ever, but one of like the most passionate YouTube channels I want to start and niches I want to start is literally about like repetitive strain injury and chronic pain, because it's been my lived experience. And I'm like, I could be an affiliate for all this stuff too. It's not even what I do, but I'm like, I've bought it all. I've done it all. But I share that because while this stuff has been great, the real transformation came for me when I stepped out and I actually hired a physical therapist. And so Dr. Joe and Dr. Erica in Las Vegas, I started to get real results when I got a coach and I linked up with somebody else that could give me feedback, because there was the books on my shelf and there was the courses and I was learning some stuff, but I started to get more clarity of like, oh man, your shoulder's a little bit raised. You got to go back. And he started to give me some feedback of even my form and what I was doing, and some higher level clarity about what my problems were, what my issues were, as well as accountability. And so out of all the different stuff was all good that I invested in, it was really when I went to Dr. Joe and Dr. Erica that I had a total breakthrough. And so I just want to encourage you, don't do this alone. The book, the course, you got it. And it's going to, I really believe, be able to transform your YouTube channel over this next year. But I do want to invite you, if you are interested in actually getting a free strategy call with one of our Think Media coaches, on that call, you're going to leave with more clarity. And on that call, you'll get feedback. Call is entirely free. And on that call, we'll also tell you about how you could do one-on-one coaching or group coaching with us. But whether that's right for you or not, no big deal. If you go to viralvideocoach.com, you could sign up. Now, spots are limited, and the sooner you sign up, the better. You'll just be in a queue. You'll fill out an application. There's an application on the page, and then you'll be either directed to a calendar sign up, or you'll get a text. And so go to viralvideocoach.com if you're interested in getting a free YouTube strategy call. Fill out the application, because at this point, you already might feel like this has been a lot. There's a lot of new ideas in your brain, and there's a lot to execute. But if you want help applying all of this to your channel, planning out your next videos, accountability to make sure you're using the right strategies, then go to viralvideocoach.com and just jump on a free strategy call. Ultimately, the power of that is you got nothing to lose to get a little bit of clarity and a little bit of feedback. But let me encourage you, if at the end of the call, you could see that, man, working with you, Sean, and the Think Media coaches, I could see the power of accountability and feedback. Listen, I think that our future, I heard Eric Ries say it this way, author of The Lean Startup. He said, the only way to win is to learn faster than anybody else. And so this program and the future sessions we're about to go into in just a second, and the book, so important. And so I'm making a commitment. We just signed up for another workshop at Think Media for business planning. We just got back from an event in Florida about business. We're investing in marketing. I just joined a membership program for this next year as part of we all have our PDPs at Think Media. They're our personal development plans. And so the only way to win is to learn faster than anybody else. What books are you reading? What courses are you attending? But the greatest accelerant, and this last year I invested more than I ever had before, over $50,000 in coaching. What I realized, the powerful thing for me was that external feedback. Because the problem with the book and the problem with the course is it doesn't talk back to me. It doesn't say, Sean, hey, stop talking. Let me just tell you what you're doing wrong. Hey, Sean, let me just tell you what video to make. Hey, Sean, let me just tell you the pivot to make. And what's interesting is at the different levels of life is that, man, one insight that reveals one of your blind spots can save you years of pain. That's how you compress time, right? It's how you turn decades into days. Instead of wasting time for a decade, you just get that insight. So again, super chill. If you're not interested, no big deal. But if you want to jump on the phone with one of our team members, go to viralvideocoach.com, fill out the application, and then just follow the next steps. And we look forward to connecting with you if that's something you're interested in. And so we're talking about the YouTube profit formula, and we talked about evergreen content. There's more on that inside of the YouTube Money Secrets book. And we're going to keep working this formula with a couple more sessions. But what we just learned was we want to uncover evergreen opportunities, craft compelling videos, and then optimize our videos to rank in search. Those are the 3 steps. Spot the opportunity, make the right video, and then optimize the video properly so that, in this case, it might be a little bit slower. These videos might not be viral, but you look back over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you're like, wait, that video is still getting views? People are still clicking my affiliate links? Now I'm making big money, even with a small channel. And we have thousands of students that are using this strategy to create videos that get 100 views a month, That's 1,000 views a month. That's not 1 million views, but 1,000 views a month for 3 years is 36,000 views in front of a specific audience, in front of connected to a revenue earning opportunity. That's working the YouTube profit equation. And so I can't wait to connect with you in session number 5 in just a second. Let's lock and load. We're in endurance mode. Don't stop now. Stay in the book, stay in this video series, and I will see you in the next session.
All right, y'all. Here we are finishing up with session number 4. My goodness. Before we get into our break here, I wanted to highlight just a couple quick things that were kind of said here. I love that Sam said this. We'd love to work with you if you're ready. You know, Sean just got a chance to talk about our one-on-one YouTube coaching program. And Sam, you know, is one of our coaches here. I love this other comment from our team saying, hey, Sam is great at coaching our students on their thumbnails as well. Which is so true, and for so many things. And so what I would say is if you're, you know, here's what I know. I know that all of this that we've been talking about in the past 4 sessions and then the next 2 sessions coming up, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like I've got so many ideas running through my brain and I don't really know what to do with it. If you want help just applying all of this to your specific channel, help planning out your next set of videos and getting the accountability to make sure that you're actually using the right strategies and following the formula that Sean has been talking about today, you might want to check out our one-on-one YouTube coaching program today. It's viralvideocoach.com, which was actually, let's get it up here as well. There we go. You go to viralvideocoach.com to find out all the information on there. And just so you know, this is an application. You do have to apply. Not everybody, it's not right for everybody. But if you're interested and you think this could be a good fit, you can apply. And our team would love to get a chance to talk with you. They've actually set aside some extra time both today as well as tomorrow. And then some of the team, even though Monday is going to be a holiday, typically the team is off, but they're like, hey, we want to make sure that we provide as much time to speak with people who might be interested in this program. And so they even made time available on Monday. And so, man, the team's in it. They're excited about this, but you do have to apply. And it is a little bit of an investment as well. And so you'll get a chance to talk with the team to see, is this right for you? Would this be a good solve for you as well? And so you can head to viralvideocoach.com and fill out the application on the page. If you qualify, you'll get a free strategy call with Think Media Coach to help figure out your best next steps for your YouTube channel and see if this is the right program for you as well. So I'm excited about this. If you are curious about it, just head to viralvideocoach.com and we'll make sure that you're all taken care of there as well. That said, we just finished up session number 4. And we are going to take a quick 10-minute break. And then when we get back, we've got 2 more sessions. So make sure you get your notes ready, your pen ready, paper ready, water refilled, hit the bathroom if you need, get a stretch break, run around the block if you have to, whatever you got to do to get ready and prepped for the final 2 sessions. We'll also have an after party afterwards. And so here we are. Excited about this. We've got, I'm going to put 10 minutes up. We're going to take this quick break and we'll see you in about 10 or so minutes. Let's crush. Well, hey, welcome back to this YouTube Money Secrets workshop. Hopefully you had a good break. You got stretched out and all of that good stuff. We're about to get into our final 2 sessions for this class. Before we do, oh man, here we are. We've been working on a formula. We've been working through it. We've got a lot that we can think through. Everything from affiliate marketing, some of those words that can't come to mind, right? Or are you a detective? For your channel. And I know I saw a lot of comments even earlier where, man, people were like, oh, shoot, I actually wasn't even watching videos in my own niche because I thought I would be almost like copying. I wanted to be original, which is true. You do want to be original, but man, you got to be paying attention to your own niche. Like what's happening, what's popular, and what can you even take back to your own channel as well. So I'm stoked about this for so many different reasons. And one more time, if you're considering like, oh man, it would be actually a whole lot better for me to be able to do this alongside somebody, you can go to viralvideocoach.com and apply there. We've seen many of you already start putting in applications, which is so cool to see that you're serious about this. I think that's just a huge encouragement for yourself to just say, I just want to see what might happen. I'm going to apply. I'm going to see if I put all of this into practice, something really incredible could happen for me and my channel. That said, viralvideocoach.com, you can apply there. We'd love to see you and hopefully be able to work alongside you with your YouTube channel. That said, we are about to jump into our final 2 sessions. We'll have another an after party after those final 2 sessions as well, because we want to hear from you at the same time. And so I'm going to bring Sean up here for session number 5 as we get started for these final 2 of the.
All right, y'all. Well, I am fired up. Type 1 if you are fired up and in the chat. If you've been here the whole time, listen, I know we have some people that are just jumping on. We've got all kinds of different resources for you. We want to make sure that you've got the link to the pre-release edition of YouTube Money Secrets, probably the best edition because this is 50 pages of tactical step-by-step. We're going to do some Q&A today, but if there's questions you have, block the time to read the entire book, focused, distraction-free, take notes, and think about how you could apply. It gets very tactical and it's no fluff. A step-by-step guide for making big money with a small channel. And then check out the replays as well. I want to thank you for investing in this program and excited and being a part of what we're doing here. And I would love to know ahas that you're getting, but also if you're free today over the next, call it maybe actually only an hour for the last 2 sessions, maybe about an hour, hour and a half, probably less actually. We're going to do an after party. Well, we've got 2 sessions. We've got a break. We've got Q&A, and then we've got an after party. So probably 2 hours total. Join us on the after party. We'd love to hear your aha moments. We'd love to, you could connect with other creators. That's going to be on Zoom. You'll be able to unmute. And so a lot of cool stuff that is coming up. But I see the ones in the chat. I see you, Amanda. I see you, Pro Team. I see you, Paul. I'm fired up. All right, Sharice. I see the fire emojis. And drop some boat emojis if you were here for session 1, because we're catching that wind. And so let's dive in. Welcome to session number 5 of YouTube Money Secrets. We're actually going to be talking about how to get monetized fast, achieving 4,000 hours of watch time and beyond. And in this session, we're going to learn how to reach 1,000 subscribers fast, discover the best ways to unlock monetization and get 4,000 watch hours, and 4 smart strategies for YouTube success. Now, as we dive into this, you're going to notice a couple things. We're talking about one YouTube profit formula. The same profit formula that if you work the formula, it works. Now, you might need to master each step because the formula is revenue potential. You got the right money strategy, channel alignment. It's tied to your channel, strategic execution, learning how to make great videos and trend surfing and keyword surfing, and then the traffic multipliers, which are those ways to get exponential videos. And that leads to a high earning video. In this session, though, it is about, well, Sean, I do want to be a part of the YouTube Partner Program, and I'm not there yet. How could I get there as quick as possible? And what you're going to notice is we're going to repeat some things we've already talked about, because these are the best ways to get views and to get views quickly. These are the best ways to get watch hours and get watch hours quickly. And I've personally learned that repetition is the father of learning and the mother of mastery. that it's not necessarily that I need to hear about new things. I actually need to hear about the same things and the right things and be held accountable to them. Because sometimes if we're like, well, I've heard that before, it's like, well, are you doing it? Well, I've heard that before. Well, are you executing it at a mastery level? I've heard that before. Well, have you implemented it? And I've personally learned the difference between knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. Knowledge is like, I could quote a fact. Oh yeah, I've heard of trend surfing before. And then someone goes, can you explain it? You go, no, I just heard the term. Sean said it. I can't really explain it. That's the knowledge level. Understanding is, oh yeah, I've heard of trend surfing. Can you explain it? I can. What it is if you use a tool like Google Trends, and you identify a topic and keyword research, and you put it out at the right time, you get a lot of views. You go, oh wow, you understand the concept. But what's the difference between knowledge, understanding, and wisdom? Wisdom, see, people make a mistake of what wisdom is. It doesn't mean you can explain it. It doesn't mean you can recite facts. Wisdom means you've lived it. Wisdom means you go, hey, if you heard of trend surfing before, you're like, yeah, let me send you a link. They text you, hey, I was on this training with Think Media and Brian and Sean, and like they were talking about trend surfing. Have you ever heard of that? You're like, yeah, actually, here's 2 videos. Here's the proof that I've mastered it because I've gotten the result. And if we're anywhere short of having the actual link to the proof, to the checks from the affiliate program, to the digital receipts in your email inbox of the high earning video, it hasn't reached that mastery wisdom level yet. That's totally okay. It just means that, okay, there's deeper to go. There's greater insights to have, because let me encourage you this. When you master the YouTube profit formula, you will be able to print high earning videos on demand. It's not that every single video you post, I wish I could say that, like every video I post is like this unicorn video. But now over the years of my career, probably have over 100 like crazy case studies. I consistently am able to produce high earning videos because I don't just have head knowledge and recite the facts. I can't just explain it, but I've lived it, and we're here to help you live it. So as we dive in, we're talking about how would I get 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time as fast as possible? Number 1, trend surfing. Trend surfing. We already hit it, but this is the way. You want to get monetized in a day, and you've already been posting videos for a year? Trend surfing. So one of the content creators at Think Media, Craig, on his personal channel was talking about tech and cameras. He was talking about similar stuff to Think Media, hard drives, lenses, lights, and he was grinding. This is back when he started his channel, not monetized. Posting videos, some good videos too, and you might feel it. He was rowing the boat hard, sweating, not monetized, putting out high quality videos. Someday I'm going to get 1,000 subscribers, and someday I'm going to get 1,000 watch hours. Actually, I want to say he had 1,000 subscribers, 1,200 or something, but he didn't have the watch hours. And if you're watching this, you've been doing YouTube for a while, you're like, oh, the elusive watch hours. Like, how do I get those 4,000 watch hours? But guess what Craig did? One video. Took him way over the needed watch hours. One video using the trend surfing strategy. What was the video? He reacted to a hip hop artist. I don't know if NF is hip hop. It's more like a kind of rap-ish, rock, angry-ish, but faith-based angry hip hop niche reference. So he reacted to this NF video called Hope. And he did it from his perspective and his niche. Remember, channel alignment, because he's a film director. He's a video producer. He's got over 10 years experience in video. And he's like, okay, I like this video. I could react to the lighting. I could jump on this. Well, notice if you look close, it's got a little 50X next to it. That's vidIQ showing me that. That's a 50X outlier. One video. And this one video, he's like, man, I don't think I'll ever get the amount of watch hours I need. Boom. One video instantly got monetized. Of course, you got to hit it. Then you apply to the partner program and you get qualified. But like, it was like within 48 hours or something like that. So I want to encourage you, leaning into the trend surfing strategy, you're one video away from getting 1,000 subscribers, getting 4,000 hours of watch time. So I want you to meet Wendy Coop. And one of the videos she's posted on her channel, which is about Bible study, theology, commentary, shows you how to study the Bible, understand theology without overwhelm so you can live a faith-filled life. You could get tips, tools, resources to study the Bible, discover your inner Bible geek. Well, she posted a video about influential pastor leaves the ministry, breaking news. This is not the only type of video she does. She does not cover every one of these stories, but one of the keys to trend surfing is just paying attention into your niche, thinking about what's relevant. For most of us on our homesteading channel, we're not going to talk about influential pastor leaves the ministry, but this was relevant to her. I think it was also somebody that was meaningful to her. It was meaningful in her community. When you're tapped into your community and you're tapped into what's happening and you make the right video at the right time, by the way, we're not talking about like a 4K studio. I think we're looking at StreamYard here. We're looking at a webcam basic production. So we're not talking about content craziness. I mean, content value, lighting, camera, just the information. It's the right video at the right time. And this video got 57,000 views. It was a 63x outlier, but that's the trend surfing strategy. So it's like, Sean, I want to get monetized. And how do I get monetized fast and get qualified for the YouTube partner program? Trend surfing. You know, what's interesting too is if you talk about, let's say, making money, you know, when Craig did that video, he wasn't even monetized, but when he did that video about reacting to a music video, it got copyright claimed in the sense of any of the views would actually go to the artist and the record label, not him. And sometimes people make a mistake like, well, but wait a minute, if I do a video that's related to music and it gets big, I won't make the money off it. Yeah, well, you're not even monetized yet. So Craig, even to this day, won't make money from that video, but it's the video that tipped him into the YouTube partner program. So I just want to encourage you, you know, if you use fair use, you tap into some of these different strategies of trend surfing, and maybe the video, again, the ad revenue that you eventually get goes to somebody else. Who cares? It got you the subscribers. It got you the awareness. It got you the growth. And then you could do other types of videos, right, to make money in other ways. Strategy number 2, evergreen content. Sean, we just talked about this in the last 2 sessions. Yes, but we're going deeper because if I wanted to get 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time, I would do trend surfing, but I would also make strategic ranked videos, evergreen content. Remember, our goal is to create videos that appear in search results when people look for specific topics, like evergreen trees. They stay green year round. Evergreen content remains relevant regardless of the season or the trends. So actually, one of our students, Marco, in Video Reiki Academy, he started a channel called Just Dream Italy. And he attributes his success to focusing on a niche. He chose the right boat with high demand for Italian homes. But he also noticed that existing real estate channels primarily focused on showcasing properties without providing context about the surrounding area, culture, and food. So we kind of found a unique angle, and he got monetized. He got 1,000 subscribers in 9 days and monetized in 15 days, really from this evergreen strategy. You'll notice his first video was homes to buy, basically. Homes to buy, undiscovered town to buy homes in Italy, in Nardo, Puglia, if I said that right. So he crafted, we talk about that third step, strategic execution. He nailed that one. And if you look at his story, he actually was practicing for about a year. He actually practiced, before he launched his main channel, he had a practice channel. He was kind of shot. He was learning video editing. He kept the videos private. They were kind of for him and his family. So sometimes when you see someone's public success and they break out fast, you don't see the roots underneath the surface of the pain and the learning and the investment and the, that they've made it in themselves. But what's crazy is once it clicked, once he understood the YouTube profit formula, it's like, boom, he launched. But brings us to number 3, and we're going to keep telling Marco's story, which is the purple cow. So what's the purple cow? Well, the purple cow strategy, if I want to get monetized fast and 1,000 subscribers, Seth Godin wrote a book called The Purple Cow. Here's the idea. If you were driving through a rural area surrounded by farms, you may see yourself, you look around and you see standard black and brown cows grazing in the pastures all around, right? And you probably wouldn't even notice them. You're like, for sure, there's brown cows, there's the black and white cows. But if you were to see a purple cow standing in the midst of all the other cows, it would grab your attention, right? You'd pull out your phone, you start taking pictures, you text those pictures to your friends, you post them on social media. The key is that cow would be standing out in the sea of sameness. So you got to understand that YouTube is crowded. And I understand a lot of different, especially where there's low effort, where there's low research. You made the wise move by investing in this program, because the average person is just rowing hard, but they don't get into the right boat. And again, the right boat could be your channel strategy. The right boat could be your income strategy connected to your channel. And the right boat could also be the actual video and how you position it itself. I'm just out here kind of grinding on how-to videos. They can really be good over time. What if you have a unique angle to it, right? And so the purple cow strategy is understanding that on a crowded platform like YouTube, standing out is crucial, especially for smaller channels. And it isn't easy, but the goal is to develop unique and memorable content, something that makes viewers stop scrolling and pay attention. So one of the things that Marco, we can see here is we can see his videos rank. So he has evergreen videos that are being found in search. If you type in homes in Nardo, his videos come up. But remember, Marco attributes his success to focusing on a niche where there's high demand for content about Italian homes. But here's the key for you. What is the gap in your market? He noticed that other channels they just talked about homes, but they didn't create stories that focused on the culture, the food, and the surrounding area. So what he did was he combined travel, food, and real estate. He combined things that other people were doing. Travel channels, a lot of them. Food, a lot of them. Real estate, a lot of them. But he thought, okay, what if I make an experience? His own unique take, his purple cow strategy on what everybody else was doing. You might say, Sean, this is really stretching my brain. It's not making immediate sense to me. I'm not saying it's easy. It's rare, because in a sea of a bunch of brown cows and a bunch of black and white cows, the purple one is pretty rare. It's like I saw a lot of horses, and then there was a unicorn. You don't see them every day. They might not have made it on Noah's Ark, but you see a unicorn, you're like, that was different. That's our goal on YouTube. And a lot of times that just might be combining different aspects from different niches. And so then he also focused on quality and storytelling to come up with his own unique take. Let's look at it, something that I did on Think Media. When the camera, the ZV-1, one of my favorite cameras from Sony, was released, in a competitive niche like mine, cameras, tech, other people out there doing similar things that Think Media does. When the camera came out, everybody, and I mean everybody, was like, this is the best camera for vlogging. Sony made the perfect camera. Everybody was saying the same thing. A lot of brown cows and a lot of black and white cows out there. And so here's the thing that you don't want to do. If already everybody has posted a video saying the same thing, if you just join the cacophony of saying the same thing, how are you going to stand out? So the purple cow strategy in this case was, I just thought long and hard about, okay, I get why people are saying it's the best vlogging camera, because it's amazing. The 4K quality, the ease of use. It's a really great camera. But you know what, though? I don't think it's the best camera for vlogging. Now, this was my authentic opinion. Just thinking long and hard about how could I stand out and be different? So I ended up packaging the video, best camera for vlogging, ? Hint. It's not the Sony ZV-1. And the reason I say that is because the 24 mil lens, or 28, if you hold it out like a vlog camera with your arm, that thing's up in your nostrils, man. The lens is not wide enough for vlogging. I was then able to create a video that said, listen, talking head videos, maybe even if you get a selfie stick, but from the title that everybody else was writing on, best camera for vlogging, my point of view was that it's not the best. And as a result, I got a 16x outlier. I stood out in a sea of sameness. And so my question to you is, what's everyone saying? And are you just an echo or are you a voice? Is everyone just kind of saying the same thing? The goal isn't to make up something, but if you have a contrarian point of view, it can really help you get attention. And we can go really deep on the purple cow strategy, but a lot of times what's needed to stand out on YouTube is if everyone's thumbnails are the same, you're trying to do something different. If everyone's titles are the same, how do you do something different? If everyone's saying the same thing, how do you do something different? And it doesn't mean you have to be like, well, most of it, because I agreed with 99% of what everybody else was saying because it was inherently true. The camera's actually really amazing, but I leveraged the one weakness that I identified in my niche. So in your niche, how can you use the purple cow strategy? You can get 1,000 subscribers a lot faster than you realize. You're just one creative video idea away. And then lastly, number 4, the ultra long form strategy. So longer videos, we're talking about how to get to 4,000 hours of watch time as quick as possible. It's going to be a lot easier to get there if you have longer videos that people enjoy and actually watch. And one of the strategies and best ways to do this is what we call the video compilation or content marathon strategy. Here's how you do it. So number 1, make a video series. So create a series of videos on the same topic. So write this out. What is not just your next video, but what's like the next series you could make? Part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. After you've posted those 4 videos, combine them into one long video. I'll explain in a second. Number 3, upload the marathon as one long video on YouTube. So here's how you do this. A few years ago, Heather Torres and I made a series on how to make YouTube videos on your phone, how to film and edit on your phone. There's part 1. It was 5 minutes. Then part 2 was how to edit. So the first part was how to film on your phone. Part 2 was how to edit on your phone. Then part 3 was how to make a thumbnail on your phone. And then part 4 was how to upload from your phone. So I want you to think about that for you. What is like something that can maybe be broken down into 4 parts, a series that links together? And the dream is also, imagine if at the end of the video, you're letting people know about other videos in the series. And also imagine that when you articulate in the video, because you know before you even press record on the first video what you're doing. You're planning this whole thing out before you even film one video. Maybe it's video 3 that actually does better than the other videos, but they get views because of that video. Like basically only one of these videos needs to hit the algorithm and be trending. Only one of these videos needs to rank in search, but that one video links to the others. And hey, by the way, if you didn't see part 1 or part 2 in the series, because each of these videos could also stand alone in terms of search, discoverability, solving a pain point, people wanting to look for them. But this is where things get crazy. Because after posting these 4 videos, we then filmed what's called a content marathon, and it was 40 minutes long. Basically a video compilation. So you have 2 options. What you could do is just stitch the 4 videos together, but instead, having posted those videos over 4 consecutive weeks, there's a few comments on the videos. And those comments were an opportunity to provide future clarity. So in the beginning, we're basically like, welcome to the complete training on how to shoot, edit, do a thumbnail, and upload your video using just your phone. Let's dive into part 1. And then we just cut in the video that was already created. And then in between, we're like, all right, we're about to get into part 2. But you might be wondering, and we had questions underneath the videos, and we answered 1, 2, 3, 4 questions in between each part. So we got 4 uploads that were shorter. We got the content marathon that was 40 minutes long. Now here's the results. In the last 28 days, let me be clear, like from right now, like in the last 28 days from the time I'm recording this, this video grew my channel Think Media 653 subscribers and earned $432. Here's the big idea. This video series is 5 years old. Yeah, that's evergreen content. It's still basically this one series in 2 months could get you over 1,000 subscribers. This series got 1,300 subscribers in that's just 1 month, right? So if you multiplied the 653 by 2 months, you'd have the subscriber qualification. And this one series would generate 4,000 hours of watch time in 2 months. Right now it's got 2,000. And this is the last 28 days. This is a 5-year-old series. Now you might say, Sean, easy for you to say, it's like, I'm just getting into content creation. You've been doing, I totally get it. But let me just encourage you. You're basically one long form video strategy and content marathon strategy away from getting to your first 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time faster. And if you all have already achieved that, sometimes we get plateaued and we just need to go back to the basics. Michael Jordan says, master the fundamentals and everything else you do will rise. So sometimes we get so fancy and you're watching this, you're like, I'm already monetized. I already got 1,000 subscribers, but I kind of feel plateaued and I'm trying to, it's time to get back to the fundamentals. When's your next content marathon? When's your next video series that will be stitched together strategically? But I need you to take a deep breath and prepare yourself for the total results of this 5 video series over its lifetime. Because if we look at this lifetime results of this video series, you can see the 4 individual videos and the content marathon, the compilation stitched together. This singular series grew Think Media by 182,884 subscribers, generated $78,436,000 in just ad revenue. And one of the things that you're going to see inside of the YouTube Money Secrets book is also a lot of ideas, of course, that eventually creating your own products, basically how to 25x your income, because the affiliate marketing and power partner strategy, that's powerful. Getting monetized, that's powerful. But there's nothing more lucrative than creating your own products eventually, your own services of some kind, and thinking about the bigger business model for your channel. So this is just, the point is, this is the tip of the iceberg. Like, you might be able to attribute $1 million of revenue to this series. There was like brand deal links, affiliate links. There was Think Media Gear Guide, email list was being built from one series. And again, so 10% of those results would be a 6-figure video series. 10% of those results would be a 10K video series. And then the reason I want to chop the numbers down like that is just for you to really think, man, if I master this stuff, if I get serious, if I get strategic, and if I do trend surfing and I do evergreen strategy and I do purple cow and I tap into these richer, longer form videos in a really strategic way, I could be a 5 or 10 part video series away from $10,000. And again, I remind you, this is over 5 years. So it's the power of a ranked video is that over 5 years, that ends up maybe being 125K a year or something that the series generated. Forgive my math. It's all over the place, but email list, affiliate links, all the different things. So what we're talking about is we've been talking about the YouTube profit formula. And so if you start thinking about revenue potential, this training we just did, you can apply by using these strategies to get your first 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. But doing a content marathon is not just to like get monetized and now don't do it. Get back to the fundamentals. Record your next strategic series, tie it together strategically, and plan that all of those videos will be stitched together later. Then that becomes a revenue potential idea. The idea itself is, okay, I'm not planning my next high earning video. I'm planning my next high earning series. So the revenue potential is, I think this could be very lucrative in ad revenue. This does align with my channel. Here's how I'm going to execute it. And that's why the third part is strategic execution. You probably would agree that 9 out of 10 creators are not thinking about what are my next 4 videos? How do they tie together? This is going to be the title and thumbnail of all of them. I'm then going to stitch them together into a whole longer compilation. I'm going to answer questions in between. These are going to be the call to actions. This is, in fact, me just talking about it, you're like, yeah, the reason they're not thinking about it is because that's like super overwhelming. Well, 2 things. Number one, that's why we actually, if you want to go deeper with us, we have coaches and a whole program to support you and help you, because it is a lot to manage and it is a big skill set, and it can cause a little anxiety and it'd be stressful, but it's figure outable and we can help you do it. But number 2, this is why the greatest treasure is reserved for the people that are most strategic, because more time planning out the execution, identifying what topics you're going to talk about, tapping into those traffic multipliers. When you're talking about a high earning video, it's a high earning video series, $78,000 from a 5-part series. Those are high earning videos, and that's a high earning series. And if you zoom in, consider this, look at those top 2. Consider what happened here, right? The 4-part series, part 1 earned $24,000, but the content marathon earned $40,000. So the first one that was 5 minutes long earned $24,000 in ad revenue. But let's just imagine a world where we just didn't post that content marathon. The 4-part series would have been amazing. It would have impacted people. It would have been 4 great uploads. But simply the thought to stitch them together and to basically upload work we've already done. I hope you're feeling the light bulb moment, because this is ridiculous. It's like, what are you sitting on? And this is for more established creators. What videos are you sitting on? What content's already on your hard drive? What have you already created that could be repurposed and repackaged and earn more than like all of the other parts put together? Because the content marathon earned 40 grand single-handedly. I think that's literally more or very close. It's about half and half. If you break it down the middle, the 4-part series earned about 40 grand in its lifetime. And then the content marathon doubled the income. If we never posted that, that's just $40,000 that was just never realized. There's this idea of like leaving money on the table. There's this idea of like this fixed pie thinking. Like, wait a minute, YouTube's too saturated. All the ideas have been taken. All the videos have been posted. No. There's ideas that you already are sitting on. It's just on the other side of you putting in the work. YouTube can't be saturated. Saturation means a sponge, picture it, full of liquid, and it can't hold any more liquid. That is the definition of saturation. So is YouTube full of videos and it can't hold any more videos and no one's going to watch any more videos? Sounds ridiculous. So what is the truth about YouTube? It's an ever-growing sponge. Advertisers want to advertise on videos and YouTube wants to give you half of the revenue. So you not doing anything creates no revenue, but waiting on the other side of your enterprising creativity using the YouTube profit formula is maybe $45,000 that I don't know where that would have gone. It just never would have existed. But that's the amazing thing about an ever expanding internet and ever expanding commerce is there is unlimited opportunity ahead for you and for me if we'll be strategic and if we'll take bold action and if we'll get creative and if we'll be that much more thoughtful about the plan that we put together. And at the time of recording this, we are recording this at a super strategic time, and you could be watching this program at any time during the year. But one of the reasons why we wanted to do this event at the beginning of the winter arc and at the beginning of November is because the timing that you release maybe holiday related videos, trending videos, or New Year's related videos, this all matters. And when you start thinking about, man, I'm reverse engineering back from New Year's, and I'm going to have a 1, 2, 3, 4 video series, the first week, second week, third week, fourth week of a particular month, and then catching the second wave in February, I'm going to put out the content marathon. Nobody's thinking like that, but we are, and you are. So I want to encourage you, apply these strategies, keep working the formula, and we've got a whole nother session. So don't stop now. Lock and load, refresh your drink if you need to, take a deep breath, take a step outside, and I cannot wait to see you in the next session.
My goodness, y'all, my mind, I don't know about you guys, but my mind is blown just looking at just those numbers in the series that Sean was just talking about, right? Like, what in the world? 78,000 in revenue, 182,000 views, not views, subscribers over the past 5 years. What in the world is even happening? Okay, here we are. We just finished session 5 and we're about to jump into session 6. In fact, we're only going to do it's going to be quick in this because we got to jump into session six and then have a little bit of a break before we do Q&A in the after party. That said, there was a couple things I wanted to hit on before I pass back to Sean, and let me take care of them really quick. Housekeeping thing that somebody asked is there any recording? Just receive the link to join. Totally. There is recording of this session that you'll get as somebody who has access to this event. So there will be a recording for you. I wanted to highlight this because, yes, I love it so much. Sean said it. If I've heard it but not done it, I need to hear it again. I got to keep going. I got to take action. It's one thing to hear it. It's a whole other thing to actually put it into practice. So that's absolutely true. And then another housekeeping thing too here is I'm in VRA. Can I upgrade to the elite program? That's like the one-on-one program, right, that we're talking about. So one quick clarity piece is the elite program is our small group coaching. I don't want to confuse us all in all of this, but there is the elite program. And then there's the one-on-one program that Sean was kind of mentioning before as well. And if you're curious about these and you feel like maybe this could be a good fit for you, to see if we can, walk alongside you with your YouTube channel, you can head to viralvideocoach.com and apply there. It is an application process to get things started. And so make sure you do that. Our team would love to be able to talk with you to see if this could be a good fit for you. And then real quick, a piece of clarity as well. Why would your followers want to watch the content marathon if they've already watched the same content as individual videos? And how do I think of this strategically? Really great question. Solid question. And here's how the easiest way I can even look at this. Each video serves a different purpose. One video answers a very specific question. The second video answers a very specific different question. That all said, when you combine all of those videos together, it also answers a different complete question. In fact, it's almost like a masterclass altogether. For instance, in that series Sean was talking about, there's videos that were describing like how to make YouTube videos on your phone, beginner's guide. Okay, that makes sense. How to upload videos on YouTube from your phone. If I don't know the answer to that, I'm going to search for that video specifically. And then what are the other two? How to make YouTube thumbnails on your phone and how to edit videos on your phone with a free app. Completely different questions, right, that we're answering even within this. And then you tie all of that together, how to make YouTube videos on your phone start to finish. You're solving all of the problems within one video. And here's the other beautiful thing about this. It's not just your followers. It's going to be so many other people that you're going to reach because they're looking for this content as well. So we can't just think about just the people who are following us. Got to be thinking about who else is down the road that needs this help and how can we solve their problems. And that's one way that we can do it as well. That said, I'm going to bring Sean up here because we're going to do our final session 6 of the day before we go into one last break and Q&A and after party. So Sean, let's party on.
All right, Brian, thank you so much. All right, y'all, I appreciate you. We are crushing together, and I'm excited because we are now in session number 6 of YouTube Money Secrets, how small channels are making money on YouTube right now. And in this session, we're going to be talking about which content makes the most money, a guide to YouTube's highest paying niches. And so in this session, we're going to talk about what type of content makes the most money from YouTube ads and how to earn more revenue no matter what niche you're in. And as we start out, let's define a couple terms. The first is CPM. Now, I don't know why YouTube makes this so complex, but it stands for cost per mil or cost per milli. And that's like an old Roman term, apparently. That means 1,000. So it's like cost per 1,000. And here's what it means. This is the amount advertisers pay for 1,000 ad impressions, which is views, on your video. So think of it as the price advertisers are willing to pay to reach your audience. Now, there's another term, RPM, and this is the amount of revenue you earn for every thousands of views on your videos, every 1,000. It's calculated after YouTube takes its cut of the advertising revenue, typically 45%. So basically, CPM is how much an advertiser pays to YouTube to be able to run an ad, and then YouTube takes half and they give you half. Now, they say they might take 45%. I actually seems like they take more. End of the day, RPM is how much you actually keep, how much money actually is kept by you. Put it this way, while CPM represents what advertisers pay, RPM reflects your actual earnings after YouTube share. So ultimately, the bottom line is we want to raise both numbers, but at the end of the day, the amount of money we're going to keep is the RPM number. So that's the money that we can actually deposit in the bank. Sometimes that number also gets skewed in the sense of RPM will on your channel, if you have super chats that people pay when you're live, if you have channel memberships, even if you use any other monetization features, it'll actually raise your RPMs. It'll give you kind of less clarity, although you can always look at a specific video to see what was the RPM of that individual video. And that's the number that we're going to be focusing on. But let me give you, I think, 7 factors that influence how high CPM and RPM is. Number 1, high value demographics. So the bottom line way to think about this is, what demographics is your video for? Content that attracts viewers in desirable demographics. Now, this is us just talking real business stuff now. What's desirable demographics? Think if a business wants to sell a product. If Apple wants to sell an iPhone, who do they want to sell it to? These Pro Maxes cost almost $2,000. So someone needs to either have the money or they need to have the credit. They need to be qualified to even be able to purchase it. They need to actually care about bougie iPhones that are overpriced, but pretty cool. They need to, they want to get in front of a demographic that's going to buy an iPhone. If I got in front of a 14-year-old that doesn't have a credit card and their parents not around, they're not even able to purchase the product. So a high value demographic, what would it be worth to get in front of a baby boomer that has saved $1, $2, $3 million in their retirement and is looking for someone to help them invest that for a 1.5%, 2% commission? That's worth a lot of money to get one client that is in that situation in their life with a retirement account. So let me be more blunt. Getting in front of a broke person is not going to be as valuable as getting in front of a wealthy person that's ready to spend money on high-end medical devices. So if you ask yourself, this is YouTube Money Secrets. The first thing that influences, and the way you're thinking about that is this whole engine runs because of who advertisers want to reach. So all advertisers are doing, chances are they don't know about you. They just know, hey, these are the kind of people I want to reach. I want to reach 45-year-olds with a net worth. And it's crazy, the data that Google and YouTube, because of all kinds of stuff. If you think they kind of spy on us, they kind of do. So it's I want to get in front of, or at least I want to get in front of an age range, because most of the time, 45, 50, 60 has much higher net worth and is earning more than someone who's just starting in their career, So who do advertisers want to get in front of? They want to get in front of high value demographics. So if you have videos about finance, business, technology, they attract higher paying ads. And let's remember, we're in session number 6. If we go all the way back to session number 1, the boat you choose is more important than how hard you row. I'm not suggesting you have to change your channel niche, but I am suggesting that if you're like, I just wish I made more money from YouTube ads on my channel. Well, if your channel's target demographics and the kind of people that like that content is not high value, you're the one who chose the boat. Don't blame me. You chose the boat. Or if you say, man, I just got to grind so hard and row so hard because my CPMs and RPMs are so low, you chose the boat. And if you choose a different boat, you probably don't necessarily need to row hard at all. That's the thinking behind the first aspect of high value demographics. Number 2 is advertiser friendly content. Content that is safe for advertisers can make the most amount of money. because you're not limiting your audience. So if you have controversial topics, swearing, violence, basically YouTube's community terms of service, you'll get a wide range of ads leading to higher CPMs and leading to higher RPMs. You might go, well, I got to speak my truth, bro. Well, cool. You're choosing that boat. But ultimately, if you want the greatest reach possible, making content that's advertiser friendly and learning about the other thing to do is if it's important to you to have like profanity in your video, having it not in the first few seconds or first minute can give you a better opportunity if you put it later. Some people, Andrew Schultz podcast I was watching, like they will curse in their video, but they don't curse in the hook. They edit it out in the opening. Notice some of these trends because it's going to be a little bit more advertiser friendly, not flag as many things. And so this is also just math and practicality. Like advertisers that will most broadly want to advertise will advertise more on friendly content than content that's controversial. And let me encourage you, it actually, in some cases, the advertisers might want a more barstool sports type of an audience. And you could still get advertisers, just not all of them. Like they're looking for certain channels. There are plenty of channels that may contain, if you will, violent video games or all kinds of different stuff. I'm just giving you the breakdown. Number 3, education content. Engaging content. Number 3. Number 3 is engaging content. Videos that keep viewers hooked for longer durations tend to have more ad opportunities, increasing both CPM and RPM. This is not just because videos over 8 minutes can have more than one ad run, but it actually, your ability to have good average view duration itself and even good click-through rates influences even how much money you earn, because it's just another signal of the quality of your content, satisfaction around your content. Number 4, audience location. So viewers in countries with higher advertising budgets and disposable income, like US, Canada, UK, Australia, generally have higher CPMs. That kind of ties into number 1. They have brands want to advertise to people who have disposable income. What good would it be to get in front of somebody who is like, hey, the new phone's out and like no one can buy it? It's just practical in terms of commerce. Now, what's interesting is that it doesn't even mean you have to live in those countries. It just means where is the audience that's watching your videos? And let's listen to all of this training in the context of the entire book and in the entire training we're going through. This is only for ads. We started off by saying you could not be monetized and use the power partner strategy and make big money with only a few views if you're thinking about how to make big money with a small channel. But if you're thinking about big audience strategy and where are things going, this is another reason, right, of how what's going to affect your RPM. US, Canada, UK, Australia generally is going to be higher. Now, video length. Longer videos can help. Videos over 8 minutes are longer, eligible for mid-roll ads. Seasonal trends and time of year. Advertisers often increase spending around the holidays and special events. So one of the things to consider is you'll notice if you do YouTube for not just months, but years, ebbs and flows. And sometimes it can be an emotional roller coaster. Like, man, like our ads are going down, our views are going down. It's like, yeah, dude, it's summer. Everyone's outside. Like sometimes you'll see what's called a summer slump. And sometimes advertisers know the same. They're like, this isn't just going to be the time. Then you flip it. If you are posting just more content and content that's strategic around certain topics, think of it this way. If it's the holiday season, advertisers are spending like crazy for all their sales. Great. Next question. What demographic do they want to reach? Great. Next question. How could you make videos to reach that demographic? And let's be really practical. If you don't change your channel niche or topic, what if you made your channel niche and topic for people over 40? Who are you calling out in that title? A higher value demographic. Who might advertisers want to start running ads on and YouTube's ad algorithm runs it on your video? People trying to reach women over 40. Even if that's not the main thing you always talk about. That's how you could position one video And then around a time of year, you're like, oh, wow, that one video, it's not even just because of the views it got so much of a higher CPM and RPM. Because during that season, advertisers were spending and they were trying to reach a higher demographic. Seasonal trends, high watch time. Channels with consistently high audience retention and watch time are favored by YouTube's algorithm and can attract higher paying ads. And channel growth, this is interesting. Channels with a growing subscriber base and increasing viewership often see higher CPMs over time. So there's something about consistency, and there's something about channel growth, and there's something about building your channel one video at a time. Rome wasn't built in a day. It was built one brick at a time. And so as your channel is growing, your CPMs can rise. All right, let's dive a little bit deeper. If you want the highest earning types of content on YouTube, posting, for example, YouTube Shorts is not going to earn you the most money. So this is an interesting case study. I posted a YouTube short, and as you can see, it got an outrageous 40.5 million views. It's pretty crazy. It grew my channel 37,800 subscribers, which I love all people, as is my ethic and my faith. But I'll tell you this, I do not love short subscribers the same as I love long form subscribers. My love's not equal. It's not, and I respect and love all people, but sometimes I almost feel like short subscribers are like equivalent to nothing. Is that kind? Like there's just a whole different thing. It's a different type of attention. There's short subscribers who click subscribe. They wouldn't recognize me at the coffee shop. They don't even know they subscribed. They don't know who I am. They don't know why they subscribed. Like, let's just say this. Short subscribers are a lower quality subscriber. I'll take it, but that's besides the point. 37,000. Now, check this out. The RPM of this video is 0.07 cents for every 1,000 views. Do you see that? It says views, 40.5 million. Revenue for every 1,000 views, RPM, 7 cents. 7 cents per 1,000 views. Now, this is pretty cool because the video still earned $3,010, which is crazy for a short, right? $3,000 is cool, but like it's difficult to get 40 million views on a short. So let's now compare this to a long form video that also is applying what we've learned in the previous stack of factors that increase RPM. So I posted a video called The Ultimate Social Media Marketing Strategy with Gary Vaynerchuk on my channel, Think Media. Now, this in and of itself is the point of this class. We're about to stack up some of the lessons we've been learning. One, this is an influencer surfing video, influence surfing strategy, because it's actually about content with somebody that's not me and somebody that's influential, Gary Vaynerchuk. Two, this video anybody could do because it's using fair use. How? Well, I host and I'm in a video that's a compilation of diverse sources, not just one video, not just uploading one of his videos, but I put in probably about 8 hours of research, scouring the internet, using AI and making the ultimate guide. Honestly, that's better than any of Gary's stuff of subjectively, but me being like climbing to the tippy top of the mountain to scour the internet and come up with a compilation. Now, I will admit that a good tie-in to this was the fact that at the level we're at, whatever, we hired Gary to speak at our event. A portion of the strategies were tied into our event, and I expanded that by bringing other content in. And so you could still get away with, and it also kind of depends on the person. Number one, there's fair use law. You could look that up. But there's also Gary himself. There's different people have different opinions. He's like, yeah, people can take my content, chop it up, post it. His particular ethic that he has articulated is that he's cool if people do this. And then there's a whole nother level that it tied into the fact we've had him speak at our event and whatever. Bottom line, you're seeing the video play out. For a reference for you, if you look up a channel like Evan Carmichael. You can see that Evan Carmichael has built a channel on like videos titled Oprah's Top 10 Rules of Success, Elon Musk's Top 25 Rules of Success. And he is creating compilations of OPC, which stands for other people's content. Not OPP, not naughty by nature. That's a different meaning for those letters. OPC, other people's content. And because he hosts it, because he creates an original work, he's using fair use. He's built a massive channel in a very ethical way because of how YouTube works, how fair use works. I'm not saying it's for everybody, but it's something for you to consider. Warren Buffett said, the boat you choose is more important than how hard you row. So saying that, this particular video, if this boat, it's like, hey, what video am I going to make next? Do I sit down and make a video? And I was like, okay, well, Gary did speak at our event and I have a vision because I sat down. I'm like, what's the revenue potential? Does it align with our channel? Well, yeah, we help people with social media. Okay. Does it tie into even future stuff we do? Yeah, because Gary spoke a couple times. We could even build our email list for a future event. This is a strategy. Strategic execution. I'm not going to lazily put this thing together. I'm going to do the work. I'm going to put in the 8 hours, the 10 hours to actually craft the stories, the tips, to name them, to organize it, to think it through, to structure the video. Okay. Traffic multiplier, evergreen content, because the video ranks in search. Okay. Put the video out. So that's kind of the backstory of this video. Now let's dive in. As a long form video with only 96,000 views. I know it's a lot, but like, it's not 40 million like that short, right? Only like under 100,000 views. You can look over here and see that browse features, the video ranks and continues to be suggested by the algorithm. Interestingly enough, it actually outranks Gary's stuff himself for the search term, as it should. I would hope. I mean, if I created the program Video Ranking Academy and like really assert myself, you would hope I'd be able to rank videos, which is consistent for myself, our coaches, and the students we help, right? That's our specialty. We want to help you rank videos. Video gets 1,000 views every 2 days. And now let's look at the numbers. So the revenue per 1,000 views, RPM of this, is $16.23 compared to 7 cents on that short. The CPM on this video is $42.06. Now, let's ask ourselves, does this video attract a high value demographic? Well, for sure, on a lot of reasons. So a lot of times shorts are entertainment. Hardcore business social media marketing advice is a way higher CPM. It attracts serious professionals, probably like yourself and myself, people that want to invest in themselves, learn, grow, business owners that want to market their business, creators that really want to learn. There's maybe some entertainment value, but this is like hardcore education, business marketing, online marketing. And then Gary's name carries weight. So advertisers want to get in front of that. That's a way higher CPM. And I'm only using this one case study. You don't have to do influence surfing. You don't have to talk about somebody else. My podcast channel, for example, even compared to our Think Media channel, I want to say has a $15 or $16 RPM. The average on Think Media is about 8. The average is. It's double on the podcast channel. Longer form, people that listen for longer, watch and listen for longer, serious topics, higher value demographic. That's some of the insights. And off of less than 100,000 views, this video has earned $1,542 so far. And who knows how long it'll last, but I would imagine it's only 2 or 3 months in. Give it a year. I think the video earns, I think the video will earn $10,000. It's just doing its thing right now. It's just off to the races, doing its thing. Now, this next picture slide is a little bit crazy, but let's check it out. One of the reasons, not just the RPM, but the video is earning so much money, respectively, for a relative low amount of views. And I would even consider, if you actually have a video that hit 100,000 views, number one, check a short that hit 100,000. You're like, cool, I made $4. Check a long form video that hit 100,000. You still might be like, a lot of times, what if the average CPM or RPM is $2 to $5? So to earn $2,000, if you're RPM was $2. You need 1 million views to earn $1,000. I earned over that with 1/10 of the views. It's crazy high. But there's another reason. If you go into the ad breaks on the video, because the video is also the long form strategy, it's over an hour long. If you go into the ad breaks, this might make you a little uncomfortable. You can see that there is 21 ad breaks in this video. 21. Now, a couple things you need to know. Number one, that's ridiculous. Number two, let's be clear about a few facts. You might be like, that's annoying. I'm mad. I'm mad for the people who had to sit through this. Well, let me give you a few thoughts as you think about multiple ad breaks in longer form videos. Thought number one, everybody should buy YouTube Premium. It's their own fault. It's your choice if you're going to sit through all those ads. Thought number two, maybe people can't afford it. That's fine. It's really high value free content. That's the nature of watching free content. You pay with your attention to the ads. But number three, those ads won't all play. Just because there's an ad there doesn't mean it will play. By the way, I did not place these ads. They were placed automatically by YouTube, and probably because of the time codes and chapters, because there's 40 tips from Gary in this video, and each tip has a time code and chapter. So this is just what YouTube came up with. Number four. So 99% of the time, I trust YouTube to place my ads. So I was just shocked when I saw it. I was like, geez, YouTube. Number five. But what I realized is that, again, they don't always play because YouTube does care about viewer satisfaction. So it just means it kind of has the potential to run ads, but YouTube isn't going to, it sort of is always trying to balance how many ads people are shown. So there's the tension between them earning advertiser revenue and the person just being absolutely ticked off by like how many ads they're having to watch. Number six, I don't know if my tips are ordered here, but there's 100 comments on the video. There is 0 complaints. So whether they're not seeing all the ads, A, 2, they're got YouTube Premium, or C, they like A1, C, B, but yeah, A, they're not seeing all the ads. B, they got YouTube Premium. C, it's free, high value educational content that I invested 10 hours in of research, and you're going to see ads throughout it. So I share all that to kind of help. And by the way, if you see right here, this text, if you choose to manually place your ad breaks, avoid placing them at disruptive points. Note that ad breaks don't guarantee ads will appear for every viewer. So bottom line, there's some big takeaways here. Longer form videos, more ads playing in the videos is how any of us could increase amount of ad revenue earned. Videos, even if you don't change your niche or your whole channel strategy, what video could I create that would actually be interesting to higher value demographics? This brings us back to our profit formula. What's the revenue potential of this? As we land the plane, the reason I thought it worth to invest the time to research all of that and to clip all the things for Gary's video and to build out the Google Doc. And then, by the way, I want to encourage you on your journey. You're like, man, this sounds like a lot of work. And it is. This sounds like it takes hustle and strategy. And like, wait, like, I thought this was the get rich quick secrets, training. It's not. The heart of YouTube money secrets, how small channels can earn big money in the fastest way possible, is to say you can get to high revenue quicker. And there's a lot of mistakes people make along the way. But at Think Media, this isn't a get rich quick thing. We believe in get rich slow through strategy, hard work. But a lot of people are spending 40 years wandering in the promised land when the trip is less than 20 days. You could get there a lot faster if you sit down and really consider the revenue potential, its alignment with your channel, the strategic execution, the traffic multipliers. And that whole video, like even before I've been doing this long enough that I was like, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, we have our podcast we did with Gary. What if we expand that into some other clips of him? What if we do this? What's the thumbnail? What's the title? And I was doing this stuff when I was doing it solo. It took me a lot longer. I shot the videos, edited the videos, did the thumbnails. And I know that most of us, we're on that solo journey and it can feel lonely. But it wasn't just me that put the time. Then I'm blessed to have an editor. The editor got to work on it, and thumbnail designer. And, you're like, that's hard to compete with. Yeah, for sure. Because Think Media has expanded into a team. But what's waiting for you on the other side of making some high earning videos using the resources you have? We looked at Wendy Coop, who jumped on StreamYard and talked about a trending story for 11 minutes and got like a 60x outlier. If you can't pull off a crazy 40-point video with then that's not the next video for you. The question is, based on where you're at right now, out of what we've been learning in these videos and out of what you're going to learn as you read every page of YouTube Money Secrets, I want you to be thinking about picking a strategic revenue source. Pick the right boat. And you might be like, I don't know which one is right. I've narrowed it down to 3. Well, good. Stop thinking about it. And those are your 3 next videos. Boom, boom, boom. I want to do this affiliate program. I want to do this. Great. You got your revenue potential. Then you filter it through your channel alignment. Then you think about the strategic execution. How is it organized? How is it, play out? When I was strategically executing the Gary video, it was stuff I shot. So I wrote in my part, how do I introduce this? How is the hook? What order are the tips in? Calls to action in the middle of it, at the end. How do I transition? What video do I go to next? Okay, traffic multiplier. I think this could be an evergreen video. How am I going to optimize it? Keyword research. You work through each one of these steps for your next high earning video, and you give it your best shot. And then you might put it out and you might be like, well, it didn't actually work. So you try again. But I want to encourage you, as you keep mastering each of these points and learning these points and going through the pages of the book, once you get that high earning video, you go, oh, that clicked. Okay, I get it. Well, let me do that again. And our goal is to develop the skill set to be doing this over and over and over again. Now, inside of the book, I go deeper into the big 3, the profitable online niches you need to know, the big 3. This isn't a Kendrick Lamar, Drake beef kind of a thing, J. Cole. I don't know who the big 3 are, but ultimately we're talking about the most profitable online niches. And even if you're not in one of those niches, we're going to talk about how you need to know those and tap into them no matter what kind of channel you have. And you can earn more in doing so. I also do go through the top 20 high earning YouTube niches, and that's not exhaustive either. But part of this conversation is the boat conversation. Session number 1, choosing the right boat, choosing the right video topics, choosing the right money-making opportunities is a big key. And it's not about how hard you row. And then the best ways to 25x your income in any niche. So sometimes I don't want you to get distracted by shiny objects like, oh, I need to go start a new channel. The channel you're in might be really aligned with your vision, your skill set, your grace, the thing. Okay, great. Okay, well, now based on that, if that is true, if that's an anchor of what I'm going to be doing, great. How could I 25x my income? And perhaps, here's the truth. Not every strategy in this book should you try to implement next. This is to give you a roadmap of what's possible, but then to really narrow down, okay, in light of some of the decisions I've made strategically, how can I now 25x my income, even if my channel not only is small, but stays small? Because views are overrated. It's about the right views, the right money strategy. And so as we lay on the plane, a couple tips. Number 1, create longer videos with high value content. It could be 10 to 15 minutes. What does longer mean? It could be over an hour. This gives you the opportunity to place ads and engage viewers for longer periods of time. Target higher demographics, higher value demographics. Even if your whole channel is like, man, it's actually really not for, there's some strategic video topics you could cover that tie into your channel. Be thinking about that. Number 3, create evergreen content that remains relevant and continues to attract views over time. And then number 4, keep your content family friendly. Well, Sean, I have to be myself. Well, cool. Well, if it's not family friendly, then you're going to sacrifice some advertisers. But if this is the YouTube Money Secrets thing, so if I'm going to help you make the most money, You might go, well, you know what? In this next video, I think I'm going to censor the video. Like if you're, because this video is too good. The revenue potential is too good. It's aligned with my channel. It's not that I'm not going to be myself. It's just that I'm being intentional and purposeful on this particular video. And as people get to know me, maybe they figure out whatever your vibe is. That's up to you. Let's just know that content that appeals to the widest amount of people is what advertisers will want to advertise on. And let me encourage you, future is bright. I know that there is challenges ahead, but there is so much opportunity ahead. And even though we're at the last session of our video trainings, there's so much more to dive into inside of YouTube Money Secrets. It is the complete guide to monetizing your channel from day one. And it's a resource for you to read through, to study, and then to put into action and to think about how this applies to you. And I do want to know, out of the videos, and even maybe you've opened up the book, what are some aha moments for you? Do you feel like you've gotten value out of this training for the investment that you made? Would you recommend this to others? And what have been some light bulb moments for you personally? And you also might want to go to the next level, because you've got the book, you've got the videos, but you might say, what I would really love is feedback, or I would love someone to help me on the journey, or I'd love the accountability. Well, if you want a free YouTube strategy call with one of our Think Media coaches, you could go to viralvideocoach.com. And when you go there, there's an application. It's not for everybody, but if you qualify, you could fill that out and then schedule a call with us. So we'll follow up on text message. And at this point, your next move is to implement the information in the videos, implement the information in the book. But if you want to talk about an accelerator, not doing this alone and getting a coach is absolutely the shortcut to success. It's still going to take work. It's still going to take strategy. But I've learned personally that when I get feedback, someone to help me see my blind spots, someone to help me see the opportunities that I can't see in my own channel or in my own niche, someone to maybe challenge me with hard truths, and someone to just identify sometimes the one thing that is broken. Think about YouTube. Man, we'll do it. Like, there's been times where I've gotten all the way to the finish line with these videos, YouTube profit formula, right? And it might be little things. This is a tip for you to implement. Is I'll go look at a video and I'll click on a link that's in my top 3 lines of description. I hope you got a link in the top 3 lines that's visible to the affiliate link or to the offer or whatever you want to do. The video will have been out for a day or a week or a month, and I'll go click the link and it'll take me to a 404 dead page. And I'll go, wait a minute. Are you telling me this link has been dead for a month? I shared with you early on the power partner strategy in talking about the rocket company and preaching rocket. I'll never forget. I was filling out blogs in those days. We had a Think International blog. I was posting videos. And we started to do affiliate marketing. It was also the early days of Think Media. And I started to put my affiliate links in the description, but I didn't know what I didn't know. And what I would do is I would pull my affiliate link off the website. And I noticed, because I was thinking visually about making the links clean. And I don't even know if you could at the time. I didn't know how to get the little short link, because you could get the shortest link from Amazon. So the actual affiliate link is like really long. And this sounds funny, but it's ugly. It's like, there's all these numbers and all these things. That's like your code, it's like, and so this is true. I posted hundreds of videos, maybe not 100, 50 videos on Think International, Think Media, early days. And as I was posting the links, what I would do is I would look and I was like, wait a minute, Amazon.com, like / and a few things. And I'd be like, well, that's the actual product link. And I just deleted off everything else. I was like, it looks a lot better. Let me just get rid of all this stuff. So I got my affiliate link from the website, put it into the description or onto the blog I was doing at the time, cleaned up all the messy reference code. And if you could feel my pain, you know what happened. It meant it wasn't my affiliate link anymore. I was like, it works. It goes to the product page. But then I was like, man, even though I'm not really getting many views, like there's no sales and even clicks. Like, I don't know. I see like 7 clicks. I don't know. I think I'd have 25 clicks. Like, what's wrong? And then one day, like a year later, I realize, oh my goodness, like I'm doing my affiliate links wrong. I'm cutting off literally the code that will give me credit for. Can you feel my pain? This story is true. By the way, this is why the power of education and you being a part of the YouTube Money Secrets series is because there's so many little things. So let me encourage you. That's a good lesson to pay attention to the detail, but it's also a good lesson of why I've personally learned the best investment you can ever make is in getting into a group, getting a coach, getting into group coaching, and getting an outside perspective on what you're doing. Because you'll see something like, oh, I didn't even realize, or you'll see something like, we need each other. And having that outside perspective for feedback, for accountability, for clarity is priceless. So, if you want to go to the next level, you could jump on a free strategy call with us at viralvideocoach.com and fill out the application, see if you apply. That's not for everybody. And here's the good news. The conversation is going to be valuable regardless, because you'll leave the conversation with just more clarity, more self-awareness, which is all a superpower to help you take territory on your YouTube channel, get more views, earn more money. But then at the end of that call, you also might be like, man, I really see that there's going to be some synergy between working with you, Sean, and the team and your coaches. Cool. If it works, it works. If not, no big deal. Literally nothing to lose if you want to sign up for a free YouTube strategy call and take that next step to implement all of this with a clear and easy to follow plan. And I think, honestly, as far as the next step goes, and the last thing I'll say is like, really ask yourself the question, knowing yourself, are you going to implement this and put this into action and really crush it and build momentum? Chances are you won't, if I just am being real with you. And I'm just talking about even myself. On session number 4, I talked about the book I bought, Becoming a Supple Leopard. Can I be honest with you? I haven't read that book. The thing is too thick too. It's like really thick. I didn't read the Becoming a Supple Leopard book. And I did not read the Trigger Points book. Even though my pain was high, those books are literally in my closet. I'm like, I should read those. They're like right over to my right here. And I haven't read them. Let me just challenge you. If you're really thinking about building momentum over the next year, just think your past is probably a good predictor of your future. And this is just for you to make a choice. Like I want you to consider, if you're thinking about working with us, just have you been following through on courses you've already watched, or courses that you have in your library, or have you been reading the books that are on your shelf? And have you been implementing it? Just to give you a thought to consider, that if you want radically different results over the next 12 months, you might need to do something different than you've done before. Well, Sean, I've bought courses before, books before, and whatnot. And again, you have all this stuff. This is life-changing stuff. But just that you would consider, imagine, I know myself, and I know that if I don't have the accountability, if I don't have that coach, and that's why when I hired the personal trainer, things actually started to radically change for me. And by the way, my pain today, I was telling my dad, he's always concerned, how are you doing, son? I go, my pain used to be an 8 and a 9. I was wearing 2 braces, no braces. My pain today, after physical therapy and getting someone to give me feedback and help me, I got days where the pain is 0. And I got days where it's like a 1 or 2, 3. Like right now, I've been doing this class for a while, like a 2 in this arm. And I'm on the journey, and it's been healing the whole time. The real breakthrough happened when I just connected with somebody else. So going forward, you've got the course, you've got the book, but let me just encourage you, you got nothing to lose. Jump on viralvideocoach.com. I've learned that if you really, I want somebody else to kick my butt. I want somebody else to call me out. I want somebody else to challenge me. I want somebody else to hold me accountable. I want somebody else to push me and keep me focused and keep me on track, we have that for you. And even whether that's right for you or not, our one-on-one coaching program, free YouTube strategy call, will help you get greater clarity for the next 12 months anyways. So it's a win-win, really nothing to lose. My name's Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable channel. And I want to thank you for being a part of this YouTube Money Secrets class. And I'm super excited to continue to connect with you inside of the YouTube Money Secrets book. And until then, keep crushing it, keep smashing it, and we will talk soon. Brian.
We did it. Well, I mean, you did it. I was just here, but we did it. We were here. We finished up session number 6, all finished here. I'd love to hear from you guys. How many sessions did you attend? Were you here for the entire 6 sessions? Did you just join us for the last one? How many have you been a part of with us today? By the way, we're not technically done. We did the 6 main sessions. There's a couple things that we'd love to do along with you. And one of those is we'd love to be able to answer some of the questions that you might have. And so we're going to go to a break, and I'd love for you to be thinking about questions that you might be having and write them in the chat for us so that we can start those and get a chance to look at those after this 5-minute break. And then we'll come back. We'll get to talk through those questions that you might have. And then we'll go into a Zoom after party as well. And so we're going to do questions here really briefly right after this 5-minute break. We're going to do a 5-minute break. We'll be right back here and we'll answer those questions. And then we'll go to Zoom for a quick after party. So that said, I'm going to put a timer up and we will hang out here to answer your questions. Well, hey everybody, welcome on back to the Q&A portion of today. We're going to bring Sean up here really quick to start going through these. And as we're getting these questions and stuff like that you have, we're also going to get prepped for the Zoom after party as well. There's a couple in here that are kind of like quick housekeeping ones that I can answer really quick. And then Sean, we're going to pass to him to start going through a lot of these questions. So first one, more of a housekeeping one. Somebody said, hey, where can I find the replay for today? Two ways. One, we are currently doing this on YouTube, so you can technically go rewind and start watching some of this today. But then we're actually going to put this inside of our course library at members.thinkmedia.com. So you having access to this should mean that you're all set for there. And that's members.thinkmedia.com, which is a course library where you can find all of that. And then another one that I think is pretty cool is, I love this question. Olana said, I would recommend Think Media. Is there an affiliate program? Yes. Good question. There is an affiliate program for Think Media, for Video Ranking Academy. It is specifically for those that are Video Ranking Academy students. And so as long as you're a member there, then you can jump into the affiliate program. If you have questions on how to access that and become an affiliate for us, you can head to thinkmediasupport.com. and our team there can help you and answer your questions that you have as well. You can definitely head there for that. That said, Sean, let's bring you on up and let's start going through these questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brian. All right, y'all. Thank you for being here for the Q&A portion. And over the next few minutes, if you're watching this in the course area, I think this is going to be a very valuable section of some specific questions that you might be asking yourself. So the first question is, where do I find the CPM and the RPM metric in YouTube Studio? There's a couple places you can find this. And so when you log into your studio, you're going to go to Earn. You're going to want to go to, you're actually going to want to go to Analytics. You're then going to cut over to Revenue. And under Revenue, you're going to see Channel Average, your content performance, right side of the page here in the last 28 days for my channel here on ThinkVidya is $6.87. That is across the entire channel. If I scroll down, let me see. As far as I'll look at CPM for an individual video. Let's go inside of advanced analytics here as another way of doing this. And one of the things you could do inside of advanced analytics, not a lot of people know about this, you can add in filters with this little plus right here. And check this out. It'll say CPM, playback CPM, and RPM. What's the difference? Well, I think CPM, let's see, $11. We're going to add another plus here. Playback CPM, that means for sure ads played on it. $17, I guess. I don't know the difference between those two. I don't know that it matters too much. RPM is what you keep. RPM, boom, there you go, $5.69. That is about the videos on this page. This is the top 50 results on this page. And then you can also see individual videos, how much they earn. The RPM of this video was $9. The playback CPM was 29 of this dollars. The CPM, you can, let's see, playback, how much advertisers pay every 1,000 views times that your watch page plays ads. CPM, the effective cost per milli. This estimates average gross revenue. So that's like an average or something. And then RPM's over here, which is what you actually make. One other way to just see an individual video. So if we look at, let me see, it's got to be out for a little while. If we look at an individual video, we could go to revenue. We could see that it's earned $94. The RPM was $6.82, pretty small on screen, but that's the RPM. And then how much advertisers pay, which is the playback CPM, was $17.99. So we can see this at a channel level. We can see this on an individual video level. Using advanced analytics, you can modify things and see it like lots of videos stacked up and play around with that. That can give you lots of insights. Can you use playlists on your channel to promote your series to be viewed and monetized faster? You can and should organize videos into playlists that are related as a series. And then one of the things, a couple practical tips is at the end of a video, if you give a call to action to the end card and you give a call to action to a playlist link, you at least increase the chances that if the person just lets it play, all of your videos will be associated together and it won't send people away at the end of a video if they don't click on something. But once they're in the playlist, your videos will keep playing. So absolutely, using playlists strategically is a great idea. I am a French-speaking person living in Canada. Am I screwed for ad revenue? Nope, you're not. But if you're going to make videos in French for a French-speaking audience, the market for that is maybe lower than English. I mean, a question for you too, though, would be, is there high-value French-speaking individuals that have buying power and purchasing power? Answer be yes. But English-speaking US demo is not who you're getting. You're getting a French-speaking audience. My thought would be if you were to create French content in French in finance, in business, that'll be a higher CPM than just comedy, let's say. So my dad always used to say, you play the hand you're dealt. Of course, you might be able to modify your hand, whether that's you want to learn another language, pick a different language, do something different in the future, do a faceless channel. There's a lot of other things you could do. But I wouldn't, Elvis, in my opinion, you lean in, you look at the assets you have and you play the hand you're dealt. You're like, all right, I'm going to speak French. So in light of that, how can I apply the tips from YouTube Money Secrets and really go deep and find a way to, it's a good question. If you are screwed for revenue, which I don't think you are, but if ad revenue is now capped for some reason, you're like, I just don't think it's going to get me to my financial goals, then pick a different boat. Use the YouTube profit formula and say, okay, so I'm going to do some affiliate marketing to people speaking French like I do. I'm going to create my own offer. I'm going to find a way to make this work. I'm going to play the hand I'm dealt. So the 4-part series should not be shorts. So Jules asking about, we talk about compilations. We talk about content marathons. Couple thoughts. You know, if you want to learn a principle, Jewel, go to YouTube and type in TikTok compilation. Those are long form horizontal videos that are either just a bunch of vertical videos and like black around the video, or there's like a background to them. And they might have a zillion views. And they might be 11 minutes. They might be 30 minutes of just TikTok meme, melt your brain, weird content. It's also probably stolen. It's like other people's content and not even really fair use. But it is what it is. Go down that rabbit hole. Do your research. So can vertical video compilations be turned into longer form videos successfully and be profitable? Macro answer, yeah, they can. So could a 4-part series, it's probably not going to be a 4-part series because I'm trying to get you to like an hour. I want 30 minutes. I want an hour. So if you combine 60 1-minute shorts, you could get to an hour. What's that experience like? What's the point? Do people care? The thing is, though, if you're not just taking viral videos and if you're not going viral yourself, because that our content, when it talks about like, here's the best settings for a camera, that's not going viral. So my dream scenario is that you create high quality, long form, strategic, horizontal videos on YouTube. Shorts are cool too, but that part of your strategy is long form. And remember, shorts, even RPM compared to proper YouTube video RPM, is radically different. And make videos that are 4 minutes or 6 minutes or 8 minutes, and then stitch them together in a 3-part series, in a 5-part series, in a 10-part series. And know that when we're talking about compilations and content marathons, there's creators I know in our community, they're uploading 5-hour videos. That sounds insane, but sometimes they're taking like a lot of the videos in their library, stitching them together. And that's some of the opportunity with ultra long form content. Amanda asks, I use community posts and no one engages, so it feels weird, but they engage in my videos. What's the secret? Well, I would do a poll. One secret on a community tab, if you want to see if you can get an engagement, is to do a poll where people either vote on like 4 options. Hey, what video do you want me to create next? This, or this, or even better, just an open-ended question that's very relational. Do you like Christmas? Yes, no. What kind of a question is that? Like, yes. See how many people respond. That's not the best question, but something like that. So if you want to see how effective, how many people you can reach with your community tab, do a poll. If you want to go a little bit deeper, let me encourage you to visit the Think Media Podcast community tab or the Think Media community tab and study the kind of posts we do. We do all of them. We do images. We link to other videos. We link to our videos. We do polls. We do text-only posts. And my challenge to you would be, you're probably not using the community tab to its fullest potential. So learn the best practices and you'll start getting better results. Laura, how do you know if you're in the right niche? I'm passionate about it, but it sometimes feels like there's not enough interest. What does high search volume and low competition mean? So, Laura, there's a couple tests that you could do to see if you're in the right niche. One is what are the 3 to 5 keyword phrases for your niche? If you're unclear or you can't define those, you've got a problem. You have a lack of, maybe you're not even in a niche. So what's a keyword phrase for my niche? How to start a YouTube channel is a keyword phrase. YouTube tips would be a keyword phrase. And I'm in a YouTube education niche. Now, there's people probably don't type in the search bar YouTube education. So it's kind of like knowing what's the name of your niche. So you could say like the name of a niche could be like business growth or how to scale your business is a keyword phrase. Sci-fi book reviews is, so it's like there could be what niche are you in and what is the 3 to even 5. 10 is almost too many, but it's actually okay if you have maybe 10 target keywords. By the way, as a sub note, there's a place called channel tags. It's not like channel tags will make or break your channel, but you should have the right channel tags in there. And your depth of thinking through your channel tags on your YouTube channel reinforces how strong your niche is. So best camera for YouTube is one of my channel tags. How to get views on YouTube is one of my channel tags. Notice too, these are like longer tail keyword phrases. YouTube tips, camera tips, and camera tips is not even that great because I don't really talk about photography. So it's more like video production. So you want to be thinking through. That's one thing that'll help you. Second, you then want to do keyword research using a tool like Ubersuggest or vidIQ, and feel free to use multiple tools. Now, what you might discover with keyword research is, is there even any search volume for that? Do people look for that on a regular basis? Now, if they don't, if you then look at your 5 to 10 phrases and topics and you don't find much keyword search, but you also want to do YouTube search. So are there, and this one's probably the fastest one, Laura, are there other channels in your niche that have 100,000 subscribers, 500,000 subscribers, 1 million subscribers? The quickest test to know if it's even possible for you to get a gold play button is to see if there's somebody else in the world that has a gold play button for the channel topic you're creating in. And it's not a good sign if you can't find it. And it's not a good sign. It's still, if you fail any of these tests, it doesn't mean you have to change your channel or pick a different boat, because the boat you choose is more important than how hard you row. But it's not a good feedback loop if you can't. At the same time, you're like, okay, there's literally nobody. I mean, this is what I talk about, and this is how I'm naming it. And there's no keyword search volume. There's really no other channels that are successful doing this. And there's no videos on YouTube that are getting very many views doing this. If we're talking about red flags, there's a lot of red flags as to like, yeah, maybe you're not in the right niche. And if you're passionate about it, well, cool. You could still keep drilling down, but then you just have to make a decision. Like Warren Buffett said, the boat you choose is more important than how hard you row. But you might be like, I love my boat and I just like being on the water and rowing. Well, cool. That's self-awareness. But you might be like, you know what? I want to quit my job, or I want to go part-time or full-time. Well, then you just answered your own question. You might want to pick a proven and a profitable niche. And low competition technically means you just want to identify, when you look at the other people out there, like this is where I would see purple cow opportunities. If I look even in my own niche and I look at YouTube education, there's a lot of, let's say, great women out there that are YouTube educators, but a lot less than men. So if you went and searched for a topic, sometimes your opportunity is just your unique difference in a topic that feels like it's already saturated. Think about it. It's like, well, it's full of men. There's no powerful women in that niche. Oh, or everybody looks the same and there's nobody of this ethnicity in that niche. Well, that's a little bit different. because you're gonna resonate. Does that make sense? So like there's certain people, as like a 40-year-old white dude, YouTube educator who some people think is funny and other people dislike. Great. The world is abundant. Other people could be YouTube educators. So it's like some people, age, ethnicity, background, that's one thing. You're just seeing, that's kind of like how many people are in it. It's trying to find your unique angle. But I would actually say the final tip here is actually competition is a good thing. So what you might think is that now if you go do your research and you go, actually, there's like a lot of channels that have like 1 million views. It's already saturated. That's actually a better sign to me that it's likely you could grow a channel of 10,000 or 50,000 subscribers because the lid is so high, because it proves there's such a massive market, as opposed to you can't find anybody else. It's verification that there's interest in that category. And then lastly, Laura, one of my favorite strategies is the Amazon book strategy. Go to Amazon, go to the book categories, and see if anybody buys books on the niche you're in. And then drill down. What you'll see, right, is you could go to like business and marketing, and then there's like 10 categories underneath that. And then you'll click into business, and there's like 10 categories underneath that. That's where we talk about double or triple niching, like niching down the niche within a niche, not just business, but sales, not just business, but marketing, not just marketing, but paid ads, not just marketing, but organic ads. That's where the opportunity of really carving out a niche is. But if you go and you say, okay, how many books on marketing are there? A lot. How many books with over 1,000 reviews in marketing? A lot. How many people are buying books on marketing? A lot. How many new books on marketing will be written this year and people will buy this year? A lot. So it's a good sign. It's competitive, but it speaks to how big what is called the TAM, the total addressable market, is. If you go over to Amazon and you're like, there is 2 books on a topic and they have no reviews, that's just a sign. Now, it's different in entertainment, but that's a sign in education that, okay, you might go, what does that have to do with YouTube? We're just talking about human psychology, human behavior. And what's cool about the Amazon categories is they kind of help us narrow down, like psychology, oh, mental health, or relationships, oh, recovery from divorce, or these different, or dating, and all these different sub niches. So that was a deep question, Laura. Appreciate it. Laura's next question is, I've tried affiliate marketing, but I'm not able to convert it to sales. What's the like, know, and trust factor, and how do you build that trust? So a couple things, Laura. One, I want to encourage you and anybody else. One of the most important, the distinguishing factor of our money equation is strategic execution. And that strategic execution of the YouTube profit formula, we could go 10 years deep on that. That might sound like a lot. It sounds crazy, but like if we're going to a mastery level, strategic execution, what does that include? How you communicate, your understanding of human psychology, the words you choose to use, the examples you choose to use, and like how important is the know, like, and trust factor? Incredibly important. So then the question is, though, how can you build know, like, and trust quickly with strangers? There's ways to do it. There's certain people you might turn on, you're like, I don't trust this person. That's self-control. That's emotional control. That's the way you communicate. That's self-awareness. That's cadence, tone. That's it. Do you come across arrogant? Do you come across humble? Do you come across the references you use? Is it clear you've done your research? Because I'll turn on someone's video and I'll be like, this person doesn't know what they're talking about, or they haven't done their research. Now, they also sometimes, we do judge books by their cover. So it's like, and one of the powerful thing about working with a coach, and whether like our coaches are right for you or not, I've invested I started in around 2006. So we're coming up on almost 20 years. In fact, when we were leaving our event, Growth Video Live, Trey, one of our Think Media team members, helped me move the stuff from my hotel room. I was there for like 5 days or something. So I was moving all this stuff. I brought all this biohacking equipment. I literally bought a PEMF mat in a bag. So I'm carrying all my weird gadgets down to the car, walking with Trey. And Trey asked me one of the most interesting questions that showed me what a leader he is. Because if you ask better questions, you get better answers. Shows me how inquisitive he is, taking an opportunity to, as a young guy too, massive vision, potential, really cool guy that works at Think Media. And he was like, hey, Sean, how have you like become a good communicator? Like, has it just been by accident? Did it just happen overnight? And I love the question. I was like, well, around 2005, 2006, I started interning at a church where I started to learn how to communicate and be coached in an environment where I was challenged to speak on a microphone and do announcements. I then started buying a 12-part CD series of how to communicate off of eBay. And it had Chris Widener and John Maxwell on it. Four of the CDs were all about vocabulary words. And I listened to it, and I'd play this in my car with my CD player, my Ford Taurus. I don't even know where CD players are. I don't know how to play a CD. There is not anything in my house or my home office. I could not play a CD right now. It's a side quest. I then started to buy tickets to events about how to be a better communicator with my friend Pete Vargas. Weren't friends yet, but like went to his event. Brendan Burchard, buying tickets and getting coaching and feedback on being a communicator. I've read book Talk Like TED on being a better communicator. I've studied storytelling and watched TED Talks and analyzed them and read. So, and then I've put myself in an environment around good communicators. Bottom line was, I was like, so Trey, basically I've just invested time, energy, money, and discipline and practice and building my whole lifestyle around it for 20 years of trying to become a good communicator. He was like, oh, so like, it wasn't accidental. It was kind of, he's like, this is kind of clear. Okay, I got it. So ultimately what I would encourage you is, one of the most interesting things about the affiliate marketing is not just get the link in the top 3 lines. It's just learning how you come across on camera. That also might have sounded a little bit intimidating. You're like, oh, well, I haven't been doing it for 20, it's like, you can do incredible videos, but here's the shortcut. Keep studying, keep learning. And whatever your budget is, study communication, think about storytelling, think about things like, there's a good YouTube channel called Charisma on Command. How you deliver content and being thoughtful about how you build trust, how you negotiation, persuasion. These are now the highest level skills that relate to just the creator economy in general. And consider, maybe you are on the fence about even doing a free call with us. Go to viralvideocoach.com and work with one of our coaches, because that's also that's the priceless thing of feedback. It wasn't until my personal trainer started saying, you're doing your squats wrong and it's messing you up and it's going to cause problems and issues here, is when someone watches your video with you and they're like, oh, did you kind of realize that thing you're doing, you just think it's a quirk, but it's sort of like it's actually not building trust, it's hurting trust. How we could open your video, how we could change, how we could address your tone, your cadence. And I've said so much because it's like, holy crap, that's a level of mastery. You could start quick, start before you're ready, put your best videos out. But this is the journey. And I know we're going long on this question, but I would say, like, the future is so bright for the creator economy. And so if there's one thing to pursue, it's the pursuit of mastery. I want to pursue mastery, and that means I'm not casual about my personal development and my personal growth. I'm intentional. And so whatever my budget has, who cares about putting my budget into a new pair of shoes or going out to eat somewhere fancy? All that stuff is cool, or just dumb stuff or entertainment. What if you treated the skills you want to develop like you actually valued them? We know exactly what your values are, my values are, by 2 things: by our calendar and our checkbook, period. By our calendar and our debit or credit card statement, period. If I look at your debit or credit card statement and it's like HBO Max, Hulu, Netflix, Peacock, Paramount Plus, ESPN, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, cool. And then I look at your calendar, 3 hours a day scrolling, not working on your business, 5 hours a day watching whatever the latest show. It's just your calendar just reflects your priorities and your commitment to your goals and your vision. And so in my conversation with Trey, it was a long answer to just say that, yes, how you communicate in the video, thinking about things like, and of course, it's so important to use all of this stuff ethically. But I realized that if I actually want to convert affiliate sales, I need to articulate that. And I do need to be persuasive, not pushy, not unethical, but I need to learn persuasion because, and I'll give you one tactic as we land the plane on this question. It's even also thinking about like one of the things I'll say in videos, and I'll be like, hey, and by the way, if you want to check out this product, there's a link in the description down below. It's my affiliate link. And actually, if you click that link, in fact, go do it now because you can read other people's reviews. Don't just take my word for it. Go check out the reviews on the product because there is like a consensus. This product is amazing. And I agree with that, but it's up to you. So go check that out. What did I just do there? A lot of things. I built more trust, even if this is the only video they ever watch from me, that I've done my research, that it's not just one person's opinion, that there's other reviews to go look at, but I've also given a call to action to actually why they should click my affiliate link, not to go buy something, but to just read the reviews. But what happens if they click my link and they don't even buy it? I get a 24-hour cookie. Your mastery of the details is the difference between radical success and staying stuck. And that comes through just discipline to learn a little bit. The only way to win is to learn faster than anybody else, invest in yourself. And the fast track is coaching because of feedback, right? Because of getting other people that can see what you don't see and help you develop as a communicator faster. Evolve and expand. I'm coming back to creating after a long hiatus. Life was lifing. I feel you and respect. I know a lot of us watching, whether you're on the replay or here live, life does life. And I think sometimes we do need to take a break, and life sometimes does kind of suck the wind out of us, and we have setbacks and challenges. And I have so many things in my head. Any advice on how to get restarted and apply the guidance plus VRA fam? So if you're watching this and you're not sure what VRA is our monthly membership program. We teach a 7-step framework. That's another good step if you want to take things to a level of mastery. I think my just answer to this is to do a couple things. One, go slow. If you're kind of getting momentum again, don't be hard on yourself. That momentum, like if a train is starting up, that it's not going full speed overnight. I would commit to, you're obviously here watching this, to just getting right back into VRA where you were previously, or to just get right back at the beginning and to start just going through, taking notes and just dreaming. Letting yourself dream, letting yourself think, letting yourself journal. And on the one hand, there's urgency, but I wouldn't be in a rush. That's what I would do, because I do think that you don't want to sit around forever waiting for inspiration. Sometimes it's about just getting moving and taking action. But if you're not sure on, again, how to start or what exactly to do next, just start going through VRA, which you already have access to, and then do what it says. And I'll meet you right there in your members area, and I will give you things to do. And when I challenge you to do something, all right, go research this, go do that. And then get the workbook. And if you've never downloaded and printed out the workbook, download the workbook, print it out, put it on your desk, make it a part of your routine, make it a part of your daily habit. And even if you just do 5 minutes a day in VRA, 5 minutes a day in the workbook, when you do that every day, that's that momentum building again. And you will find, and then eventually a trend will strike. You'll get that fire to shoot the video, whatever it is, and then just do it and let it build. Momentum takes time to build for all of us. We get rusty, don't we? I haven't shot a video in a while. We kind of start overthinking it. Sometimes we're in the flow. Videos feel natural. I understand life is life in at times, and that's okay. So just dive back into VRA and challenge yourself, maybe 5 minutes a day. Something sustainable, but never miss a day so that you keep the momentum going and building. Dallas, I have 2 channels. One is ministry related. The other one's about residential electric repair. Is it wise to add product reviews to either of these channels and put them in a playlist? It totally is wise. I'm having speaking of ministry, it depends on what you want to talk about. But there's a channel you can look up, Tim. I'm having him on the podcast because I was searching for a new study Bible. And I think that's his name, Tim Wildsmith. His channel, what a niche. Find a Bible that's right for you. He's got 100,000 subscribers just talking about Bibles. And so all these different Lifeway and Christian Book distributors and Amazon, they all have affiliate programs. That's one thing. Logos Bible software might be a tool you use. That's, by the way, that's that revenue. This is the light bulb moment. Wait a minute. Logos Bible software, like the Preacher Edition's like a couple grand, like the highest level one. Wait, I get 25%? It's like a $500 commission, and I'm getting awesome tools in the hand of ministers so that they can make a greater impact, like the win-win-win, letting people know. And I don't know if you use Logos or not, but just a thought, both channels work. Both could be related to different ways of generating revenue. My challenge to you is it's hard to run multiple YouTube channels. So I might just do an assessment of which one are you most committed to? Which one aligns with your life best? Which one could be the most profitable? What are you solving for? Money, growth to your ministry, donations to your ministry, email list for your ministry. A question I'll leave you with on this one for anybody watching this is asking yourself, what are you trying to make happen is an important question, and it can be hard to answer. What do you want? To grow your local church? What do you want? To grow your email list? What do you want? And if you had to pick one thing, what do you want? To get to $5,000 a month as soon as possible so that you can go full time on this versus that? What do you want? Clients for your electrical business? What do you want to happen? This is called solve for X. And if you were to say, what do you want? My shorts to go viral. I'd be like, okay, cool. Why? Well, because I don't know. Then I'd have like more views. If your self-awareness is like, yeah, I just want like viral shorts. I'm glad you're clear. Sometimes what do I want? I don't know, like a lot of subscribers. Why? And if you get a lot of, you don't get paid for subscribers. You earn nothing for subscribers. And just because someone clicks subscribe doesn't mean they'll ever watch a video again. What do you want? A silver play button? Cool. I don't think I would solve for a silver play button. Perhaps the byproduct of doing that. But this allows you to actually define what winning looks like. I'd much rather say, I want to create an online business that is, and strategically use my YouTube channel to earn a baseline of $7,500 a month. Cool. Okay. So now that's what I'm solving for. And then you're filtering every opportunity based through that target. And you're open-minded to say, whether it's shorts, long form, whether it's affiliate marketing or ad revenue or brand deals, kind of doesn't matter if I'm open-minded enough to say, I'm just solving for X. And if I want to solve for X in the best way possible, it's going to really help me because I have clarity. Clarity is a superpower, right? It's like now it's going to eliminate some options and shine a light on more important options that are aligned with the fierce clarity that I have of the goal I'm trying to achieve. Again, just to mention our coaching again, this stuff is hard and an outside perspective can help you. And that's one of the things that like our accelerator students love the most is we just help you get a plan lined up of like, what exactly are we trying to do here? What exactly is the target? What is the best path to reach that target? What is all the time and money and energy I'm wasting spinning my wheels that really ultimately has nothing to do potentially with the target that I want to reach? And so I would encourage you to narrow it down to one YouTube channel and not try to do two YouTube channels. Business wisdom today. You mentioned that the creator economy is expected to double in size by 2027. What specific factors do you see driving that growth, and what opportunities do you see for creators to capitalize? So at the time of recording this, we just had a wild election in America. that has been very disruptive. A lot of people were shocked that Donald Trump was reelected for a second term in office. Historically, it's only happened one time before with the gap in between it. And there are some interesting lessons from that. No matter who you voted for, what your political opinions are, there's a couple creator economy trends that I think we can look at that we can learn from the recent election. I heard one Democrat commentator saying why Kamala may have not done as well as she thought she was going to do. One, we didn't know what she stood for. I think we should all apply this personally. What's your channel stand for? Are your policies clear? Are your values clear? Nobody knew what she stood for. Two, she didn't have a great track record. This is getting weirdly political, but when someone asked her on The View and they said, what are you going to do differently than the previous administration? And she said nothing at all. And then people were like, man, this kind of sucked for me the last couple of years. So if you're going to do nothing different, but here's what I'm getting at as far as creator economy. Three, she didn't go on the long form podcasts. She went on a couple. She usually didn't go over an hour. I don't think ever over an hour. And she tried to keep it to 45 minutes. Meanwhile, her competitor, Donald Trump, went on 3-hour conversations on Joe Rogan. And not only that, he went on Joe Rogan, Lex Friedman, Theo Vaughn, Valuetainment. And for whatever reason, Kamala turned Joe down. Or she wasn't willing to get on the biggest podcast in the world and was like, I'm only going to do 45 minutes. Now, there's many factors and they're beyond me as to why what happened. But this all comes down to your question of what do you think is happening in the creator economy? We're going through one of the greatest shifts in media that we've ever seen. Patrick Bet-David and Valuetainment had greater viewership during election night streams than CNBC, than CNN. I think MSNBC is for sale right now. Traditional media is dying. People are not getting raises that work in those jobs. They're actually getting capped on salary. Some of it's going backwards. Their viewership is getting turned over to independent content creators, podcasters, independent journalists, you and me. And we're seeing a massive shift in how people consume content, where people consume content. YouTube is viewed in living rooms more than Netflix in the US. YouTube is the dominant platform for streaming, period. And so what is the factors that you see contributing to the fact that creator economy is growing? Influencer marketing. Businesses realize this is the new game. Kevin O'Leary just said, as an entrepreneur for decades, his greatest expense now is social media cost, hiring editors, storytellers, talent for companies. DTC, direct-to-consumer brands, are hiring. It's a whole other path you might go on. You might go work with the knowledge you learn in this class and in our coaching and our program. You might go work for somebody else. They might give you a high 6-figure salary to create content for them because you learned storytelling. And he said, I used to pay $2,000 a month for social media editing and management. I pay $500,000 a year now on the team for creating media in the social world. Every brand, MeUndies, Purple Mattress, DTC brands, internet brands are displacing all these other brands. And how do they communicate? YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. The whole world is changing, and it's shifting from television to YouTube, to social, and advertising dollars, brand dollars, macro, nano, micro influencers are flowing into the pockets of creators. So the reason, why is it going to double in the next years? This is what's crazy, is between everything that's happened in the last almost 20 years is going to double in the next 2. That's what Goldman Sachs said. So it's a very strategic time for you to be part of the 100 people during the live recording watching this conversation, what are opportunities you see for creators to capitalize? Go freaking all in right now. Like, bet the farm. I'm not talking about like put your family at risk. I'm just saying stop spending money on dumb stuff. Stop chasing every distraction. See a window of opportunity. The opportunity of a lifetime needs to be seized during the lifetime of the opportunity. I bet you in 2028, I'll still make a video called It's Not Too Late to Start YouTube, because I don't think it will be too late to start YouTube in 2028. But I will tell you this. If you sit on the sidelines right now, I think you're going to have a lot of regret, because you're going to miss these 2 years of like verified data-backed growth from Goldman Sachs research. But Sean, it's hard and there's competitors for sure. But if you outwork, outlearn, outstrategize, and outlast the competition, let's talk about it. You might not be a YouTube millionaire. You probably won't be. But could you create even a 6-figure income by getting fiercely focused over the next 24 months? It's not unpractical. It's actually very logical and reasonable, but it's hunger, it's intensity. And so I see there's a massive disruption to media, period. And the election is one of the best illustrations of it. And what this guy also said is, he said, listen, you know what's going to happen at the next election? No matter who runs, they need to be able to talk for 3 hours on podcasts. Which I think the other thing that's interesting is your depth and ability to communicate, and your depth and your ability to be persuasive. Love or hate Donald Trump, there's a couple facts we know about him. He's good at marketing. He's a genius at marketing. You want to talk about purple cow strategy? Go to McDonald's and troll Kamala a little bit and be there for 15 minutes. That Google themselves said they've never seen more traffic than just the meme of Donald being like looking out the window. I remember I was like, this is freaking ridiculous. Like, what is even happening? And so again, I understand that this could be very triggering for individuals of, I think the ability to eat the meat and throw out the bones is one of the greatest skill sets any individual can possess. Like, I think you're just capping your life and I'm capping my life if I can't learn lessons from Kamala and from Trump. That's why election night, I was watching the Young Turks, Phil DeFranco, Valuetainment. I was watching everybody. I'm just a student. I'm just learning. And so what can I learn? I think it's that those who understand media, those who understand storytelling, those who understand how to package a position content, those who master communication, those are the skill sets of the future. And so that was a fun question. I appreciate the question. Let me know if there's any aha moments. Anybody triggered from me going down that path? All right, let's keep it moving. When do you give up on a niche because it's the wrong boat for you? 1 year, 3 years, 5 years? Couple things. One, that's up to you. How long are you willing to wait? I think you should be willing to wait at least 2 years, because the average small business takes 2 years to become profitable. 2, I don't think you wait 2 years until you see any signs of growth. If there is even after a year, you call them bright spots. There was a good book. I think it was one of the Chip and Dan Heath books. They read like Moments, and I forget what book it was. It might've been, I don't know, but they taught a concept called bright spots. And it's like, do you see any signs of life, however small? It's kind of like if you were planting seeds and watering them, and yet no greenery broke through the soil after a year. The soil, there might be something wrong with the seeds, the soil. But if you at least saw like a little sprig of green come through the soil, you're like, it's not much, but I see something, bright spots. So you're like, okay, I got a couple breakout videos, or I've got a few comments, or I've got a few people on my email list, or I've generated a few sales, or I think you need to see something after 12 months for sure. I would say that. The other thing I would say is, I'm going to hit our coaching again. There's another thing. I don't know if I'm doing this real time, and I don't know if Brian will let me do this, but he will now, because I'm saying at times we've had a link, or you can email us later to get like a one-off channel review. And I don't know if I can promise you this, but he'll tell you in the comments. whether it's that or like a one-off session with a coach. Here's my point. If you're saying 3 years or 5 years, have a conversation with someone who can give you an outside perspective for 30 minutes or an hour. And if it's not us, get outside feedback. I remember one time early on during the Think International days, somebody was doing like a book launch. And if you bought, I think 10 of their books, they sent you a couple extra bonuses. I thought I was going to give their books away as gifts, but they said they included a 30-minute coaching call. That coaching call changed my life. I remember he looked over my website, looked at some titles, looked at the videos, and there was just stuff I didn't see. Feedback. So how do you know? Because I don't, you asked the question, but there's things I could look at, things I could see. In the way like our coaches think, they're going to look at you, your videos, the niche, the positioning. We have like, we live in a world where we see like 46 different distinctions and we can make those distinctions instantly. So if you don't want to do that, you're just left to your own reading, study, and trying your best to see essentially your blind spots. But that's the inherent problem, is if you could see your blind spots, they wouldn't be blind spots. There's a super funny word. It's not really a funny word, but there's a word that they talk about in the Bible. It's called deception, right? Like sometimes people will be deceived. And I always hear we've had a speaker at our event called John Revere, and he would always talk about this. He'd say, the thing that's crazy about deception though, is that if it's actually operating in your life, by definition, you have no idea that it is. It's kind of a scary thought. Because if you go, I think I'm being deceived. Well, then you're not actually, because you are aware by nature. If you're like, that person was deceived, they had no idea. The big point here is we don't know what we don't know. Outside perspective and feedback is so critical. And so if you want help with that, I mean, if you go to viralvideocoach.com, even if you do a free call, if you fill out the application, you qualify, even if you just spend 15, 20 minutes talking to us, you might get some light bulb moments. And even if you don't do coaching, then it could be still really helpful for you. But to me, that's my best answer, because it's kind of fragile. On the one hand, you might make a conclusion that you should quit when you're 3 feet from gold. That's actually an interesting book or story to look up, because you really might be so close to the breakthrough. The reverse side is you get someone else, they're like, oh, change this, change that. Yeah, no, you definitely need a different boat. And that's the power of outside feedback, knowing exactly your niche, looking at your videos. Let me know how deep you want to go here, Brian. I mean, I'm having fun. We'll go as long as we can. And if you still want to go to the after party, welcome to the afternoon on a Friday. All right. How long is long form and how short is short form? Well, short form is now under 3 minutes in vertical for YouTube Shorts. They increase the length, but it's max 3 minutes in vertical on YouTube. How long is long form? 8 minutes to 8 hours, to narrow it down for you. You think I'm joking on the 8 hours? I remember when Gary Vaynerchuk uploaded a 14-hour vlog. 14 hours. Like, what are we talking about? So long form is horizontal, and I think there's an interesting clue from Mr. Beast's videos, as like obviously a pretty high level creator. He's getting 1 million subscribers a day right now, by the way, 1 million subscribers a day. And you notice his videos are about the length of a sitcom, about 23 minutes, 24 minutes, 25 minutes. I think that's a pretty strategic time. But here's my answer to your question. I can't answer it. And I shouldn't, because 8-minute videos are great. 12 minutes is awesome. 23 is pretty powerful. My friend Lewis Howes uploads a lot of compilations that are 3 hours long. We're going to upload content marathons. So I think it's about experimentation and then making data-driven decisions. Test and try things. See what works. Be willing to experiment. Don't just make up an hour-long video. For a lot of us, we don't know what we'd say for an hour. Fine. But if you could test an hour-long video, don't be afraid. If you could test an 18-minute video, videos should be as long as they need to be to serve the content, but as short as possible. no fluff, no reason to, fluff it up with empty calories. So that's what I recommend. All right. Does deleting a draft impact channel visibility permanently, or is it temporary? What strategies do I use to get impressions back on track after visibility is decreased? I don't think so. I mean, if you're saying a draft of a video wouldn't affect your channel at all. If you mean deleting a video, don't ever delete videos, because it will actually delete the views on your channel. Like if you make it private or unlisted, it also is no longer counted. That's just YouTube advice in general, is that you don't want to delete videos. You make them unlisted is what I would probably do. They don't necessarily need to be private, but unlisted. If your impressions, like if at one point you were getting more reach, more impressions, more suggestion, and that's dropped, the biggest invitation is it's time to reinvent yourself and get a new level of rigor and discipline. Here's what I mean. We're doing that right now at Think Media. Today's social media landscape and YouTube landscape, let me just frame it this way. If I compare right now to mid-year 2020, what I'm experiencing would make me want to give up and quit. Well, Sean, what do you mean? Well, do you remember where you were March, April of 2020? Besides maybe a little bit freaked out because there was lockdowns and it was a pandemic, I remember where I was, at least for my channel, and I remember our views doubled because I just had ranked videos and we didn't even do anything different. All of a sudden, boom, the channel blew up. Why? Well, in hindsight, it's kind of obvious, because all of a sudden people weren't driving to work. Everyone was at home, and everyone went to YouTube and started watching content. Well, here's what's funny. As YouTube coaches, there's so many creators I talk to, and they're like, something's wrong. The algorithm is broken. Why is my channel? But it's also like, and I remember I was having a coaching conversation, and someone said, well, yeah, if I look back, I go, when were you like really getting like X views? And he's like, well, it's kind of like the end of 2020 and 2021. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? People went back to work. Like, the algorithm is not robots. It's humans that like have stuff to do. So if they go back to school or go to work, even though they might watch YouTube while they're working, like if it's different seasons of the year. Okay. So fast forward to today, and here's a good quote that I think can help all of us as we land the plane. Sometimes you got to work twice as hard for half the pay. And so that's actually something my loan officer told me as rates rose in the US and whatnot. And then I heard it from Cody Sanchez, who's coming out on the Think Media podcast soon. She's an investor in 50 businesses. She said, yeah, a lot of the businesses, she wasn't even talking about any social media companies or YouTube. She was like, a lot of the businesses are actually doing all right, solid, but they're working about twice as hard for half the pay. And I noticed this theme. I was like, dude, Cody just said that, my mortgage provider. And then I was like, I kind of feel the same way, but think about it. I was like, man, I remember a couple of years ago, it's like I've just posted a video and I would get 20,000 views. And now if I post a video, I get 10,000 views. But it's an invitation to realize this. The total number of views on YouTube, it just goes up. The total number of viewers is still going up. The total people of consuming content is going up. And it's going up faster than creators, but also the total number of competition is also going up. Views are more distributed amongst creators and not just your competitors. But by the way, even like maybe over the last couple of months, not everybody certainly, but at the time of recording this, coming out of an election, people are going to watch probably less stuff now because it's over. For a while, it's like, I'm worried I'm not going to do anything. People like pause their spending. They do a lot of different things. Well, now times have changed. That makes me think this. Resilience is in high seasons and low seasons. I don't want to say when's the next pandemic. Of course, conspiracy theories might say like it's being planned. But like what I mean is, when's the next 2020? That's an external event we can't control, but are you getting ready now for when all of a sudden your views double because of an external force? Fortune favors the prepared. And you want to plant the seeds today for the harvest you want to reap tomorrow. So on the one hand, I was just reflecting, I think with one of our Think Media team members about this. I was like, man, 2020 was crazy. I go, we kind of got lucky. And then I challenged myself, and I will admit there's an aspect of luck because it was an external thing, but I was like, but it wasn't freaking luck. I had been plowing and working my land and planting my seeds. And that's why they say luck is when opportunity and preparation meet. So I got real lucky. Oh, Sean got so lucky because his channel doubled in views for like almost an entire year, right in the middle of the pandemic. We couldn't have, he just got lucky. You mean luck of 10 years before that, plowing and planting seeds? Okay, I got lucky. Yeah, right. It was preparation and opportunity. So I understand, respect the external factors, or who could have known? By God's grace, timing, these factors come into play, but luck gets too much credit. It's when preparation and opportunity meet. And so saying all of that, I would just say today, if your impressions are low, it's a long answer, rewatch these 6 videos in YouTube Money Secrets. Like, for real, repetition is the father of learning. Dive deep in the book and master these strategies. And if you've got to work twice as hard for half the impressions and reinvent yourself to say impressions might be a little bit harder to get, meaning what used to work for me, I got to get a little bit more creative today. I got to find that purple cow strategy today. I got to reinvent myself a little bit. And I'll end with something my mentor told me. Those who win and those who consistently beat the competition outwork, outlearn, outstrategize, and outlast. That's where we're going to end. Outwork, outlearn, outstrategize, and outlast. You want to plan for the next 12 months? Shut out distractions, lock in, and commit to outworking, outlearning, outstrategizing, and outlasting any of your competitors. That's the undefeatable mindset. And I think that'll serve you well. Thanks for being a part of this Q&A. All right, y'all. I appreciate you. Brian, back to you.
Thank you, though. Thank you so much. Hey, everybody. We are grateful for this so far, all that we've got a chance to do today. Of course, the 6 sessions, as well as the Q&A that we just got a chance to do. But I'd love to hang out with you in our after party here. And so would love to hang. What we're going to do is I'm going to drop a link for us. Join us for our after party. It's going to be in the chat. And we're going to see you on Zoom here. I'd love to hang out with you for a few minutes and just kind of hear, hey, how was today? Any ahas? Where's the wind taking your sails, right? We're going to talk through all of that and would love to hear all of that from you. So again, thank you guys so much. I'll see you over on Zoom and we will talk over there. Bye, y'all.